The Mystery of the Ravenspurs, a romance and detective story of Tibet and England, by Fred M. White. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Roger Melin. Chapter 1. The Shadow of a Fear. A grand old castle looks out across the North Sea, and fishermen toiling on the deep catch the red flash from Ravenspur Point, as their forefathers have done for many generations. The Ravenspurs and their great granite fortress have made history between them. Every quadrangle and watchtower and turret has its legend of brave deeds and bloody deeds, of fights for the king and the glory of the flag. And for 500 years there has been no Ravenspur who has not acquitted himself like a man. Theirs is a record to be proud of. Time has dealt lightly with the home of the Ravenspurs. It is probably the most perfect medieval castle in the country. The moat and the drawbridge are still intact. The portcullis might be worked by a child, and landwards the castle looks over a fair domain of broad acres, where the orchards bloom and flourish, and the red beeves wax fat in the pastures. A quiet family, a handsome family, a family passing rich in the world's goods, they are strong and brave, a glorious chronicle behind them, and no carking cares ahead. Surely, then, the Ravenspurs should be happy and contented beyond most men. Excepting the beat of the wings of the angel of death that come to all sooner or later, surely no sorrow dwelt there that the hand of time could fail to soothe. And yet over them hung the shadow of a fear. No Ravenspur had ever slunk away from any danger, however great, so long as it was tangible. But there was something here that turned the stoutest heart to water and caused strong men to start at their own shadows. For 5 years now the curse had lain heavy on the house of Ravenspur. It had come down upon them without warning, at first in the guise of a series of accidents and misfortunes, until gradually it became evident that some cunning and remorseless enemy was bent upon exterminating the Ravenspurs root and branch. There had been no warning given, but one by one the Ravenspurs died mysteriously, horribly, until at last no more than 7 of the family remained. The North Country shuddered in speaking of the ill-starred family. The story had found its way into print. Scotland Yard had taken the case in hand, but still the hapless Ravenspurs died, mysteriously murdered, and even some of those who survived had tales to unfold of marvelous escapes from destruction. The fear grew on them like a hunting madness. From first to last, not one single clue, however small, had the murderers left behind. Family archives were ransacked and personal histories explored with a view to finding some forgotten enemy who had originated this vengeance. But the Ravenspurs had ever been generous and kind, honorable to men and true to women, and none could lay a finger on the blot. In the whole history of crime, no such weird story had ever been told before. Why should this blow fall after the lapse of all these years? What could the mysterious foe hope to gain by this merciless slaughter? And to struggle against the unseen enemy was in vain. As the maddening terror deepened, the most extraordinary precautions were taken to baffle the assassin. 18 months ago, the word had gone out for the gathering of the family at the castle. They had come without followers or retainers of any kind. Every servant had been housed outside the castle at nightfall, and the grim old fortress had been placed in a state of siege. They waited upon themselves. They superintended the cooking of their own food. No strange feet crossed the drawbridge. When the portcullis was raised, the most ingenious burglar would have failed to find entrance. At last the foe was baffled. At last the family was safe. There were no secret passages, no means of entry, and here salvation lay. Alas for fond hopes! Within the last year and a half, 3 of the family had perished in the same strange and horrible fashion. There was Richard Ravenspur, a younger son of Rupert, the head of the house, with his wife and boy. Richard Ravenspur had been found dead in his bed, poisoned by some lemonade. His wife had walked into the moat in the darkness. The boy had fallen from one of the towers into a stone quadrangle and been instantly killed. The thing was dreadful, inexplicable to a degree. The enemy who was doing this thing was in the midst of them, and yet no stranger passed those iron gates. None but Ravenspurs dwelt within the walls. Eye looked into eye and fell again, ashamed that the other should know the suspicions racking each poor distracted brain. And there were only 7 of them now, 7 pallid, hollow-cheeked wretches, almost longing for the death they dreaded. There was Rupert Ravenspur, the head of the family, a fine, handsome, white-headed man, who had distinguished himself in the Crimea and the Indian Mutiny. There was his son, Gordon, who some day might succeed him. There was Gordon's wife and his daughter, Vera. Then there was Geoffrey Ravenspur, the orphan son of one Jasper Ravenspur, who had fallen under the scourge 2 years before. And also there was Marian Ravenspur, the orphan daughter of Charles Ravenspur, another son who had died in India 5 years before of cholera. Mrs. Charles was there, the child of an Indian prince, and from her Marian had inherited the dark beauty and soft, glorious eyes that made her beloved of the whole family. A strange tale, surely, a hideous nightmare, and yet so painfully realistic. One by one they were being cut off by the malignant destroyer, and ere long the family would be extinct. It seemed impossible to fight against the desolation that always struck in the darkness, and never struck in vain. Rupert Ravenspur looked out from the leads above the castle to the open sea, and from thence to the trim lawns and flower beds away to the park, where the deer stood knee-deep in the bracken. It was a fair and perfect picture of a noble English homestead, far enough removed apparently from crime and violence. And yet... A deep sigh burst from the old man's breast. His lips quivered. The shadow of that awful fear was in his eyes. Not that he feared for himself, for the snows of 70 years lay upon his head, and his life's work was done. It was others he was thinking of. The bright bars of the setting sun shone on a young and graceful couple below, coming towards the moat. A tender light filled old Ravenspur's eyes. Then he started as a gay laugh reached his ears. The sound caught him almost like a blow. Where had he heard a laugh like that before? It seemed strangely out of place. And yet those 2 were young, and they loved one another. Under happier auspices, Geoffrey Ravenspur would some day come into the wide acres and noble revenues, and take his cousin Vera to wife. "May God spare them!" Ravenspur cried aloud. "Surely the curse must burn itself out some time, or the truth must come to light. If I could only live to know that they were happy." The words were a fervent prayer. The dying sun that turned the towers and turrets of the castle to a golden glory fell on his white, quivering face. It lit up the agony of the strong man with despair upon him. He turned as a hand lay light as thistledown on his arm. "Amen, with all my heart, dear grandfather," a gentle voice murmured. "I could not help hearing what you said." Ravenspurs smiled mournfully. He looked down into a pure young face, gentle and placid, like that of a Madonna, and yet full of strength. The dark brown eyes were so clear that the white soul seemed to gleam behind them. There was Hindu blood in Marion Ravenspur's veins, but she bore no trace of the fact, and out of the 7 surviving members of that ill-fated race, Marion was the most beloved. All relied upon her, all trusted her. In the blackest hour her courage never faltered. She never bowed before the unseen terror. Ravenspur turned upon her almost fiercely. "We must save Vera and Geoffrey," he said. "They must be preserved. The rest of us are as nothing by comparison. The whole future of our race lies with those 2 young people. Watch over them, Marion. Shield Vera from every harm. I know that she loves you. Swear that you will protect her from every evil." "There is no occasion to swear anything," Marion said in her clear, sweet voice. "Dear, don't you know that I am devoted heart and soul to your interests? When my parents died, and I elected to come here in preference to returning to my mother's people, you received me with open arms. Do you suppose that I could ever forget the love and affection that have been poured upon me? If I can save Vera, she is already saved. But why do you speak like this today?" Ravenspur gave a quick glance around him. "Because my time has come," he whispered hoarsely. "Keep this to yourself, Marion, for I have told nobody but you. The black assassin is upon me. I wake at nights with fearful pains at my heart. I cannot breathe. I have to fight for my life, as my brother Charles fought for his 2 years ago. Tomorrow morning I may be found dead in my bed, as Charles was. Then there will be an inquest, and the doctors will be puzzled as they were before." "Grandfather, you are not afraid?" "Afraid? I am glad. Glad, I tell you. I am old and careworn, and the suspense is gradually sapping my senses. Better death, swift and terrible, than that. But not a word of this to the rest, as you love me." End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Mystery of the Ravenspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The Wanderer Returns. The hour was growing late, and the family were dining in the great hall. Rupert Ravenspur sat at the head of the table, with Gordon's wife opposite him. The lovers sat smiling and happy side by side. Across the table, Marion beamed gently upon the company. Nothing ever seemed to eclipse her quiet gaiety. She was the life and soul of the party. There was something angelic about the girl as she sat there clad in soft diaphanous white. Lamps gleamed on the fair damask, on the feathery daintiness of flowers, and on the lush purple and gold and russet of grapes and peaches. From the walls, long lines of bygone Ravenspurs looked down. Fair women in hoops and farthingale, men in armor. There was a flash of color from the painted roof. Presently the soft-footed servants would quit the castle for the night, for under the new order of things, nobody slept in the castle excepting the family. Also, it was the solemn duty of each servitor to taste every dish as it came to table. A strange precaution, but necessary in the circumstances. For the moment, the haunting terror was forgotten. Wines, red and white, gleamed and sparkled in crystal glasses. Rupert Ravenspur's worn, white face relaxed. They were a doomed race, and they knew it. Yet laughter was there, a little saddened, but eyes brightened as they looked from one to another. By and by the servants began to withdraw. The cloth was drawn in the old-fashioned way. A long row of decanters stood before the head of the house, and was reflected in the shining brown pool of mahogany. Big log fires danced and glowed from the deep ingle nooks. From outside came the sense of the silence. An aged butler stood before Ravenspur with a key on a salver. "I fancy that is all, sir," he said. Ravenspur rose and made his way along the corridor to the outer doorway. Here he counted the whole of the domestic staff, carefully passed the drawbridge, and then the portcullis was raised. Ravenspur Castle and its inhabitants were cut off from the outer world. Nobody could molest them till morning. And yet the curl of a bitter smile was on Ravenspur's face as he returned to the dining hall. Even in the face of these precautions, 2 of the garrison had gone down before the unseen hand of the assassin. There was some comfort in the reflection that the outer world was barred off, but it was futile, childish, in vain. The young people, with Mrs. Charles, had risen from the table and had gathered on the pile of skins and cushions in one of the ingle nooks. Gordon Ravenspur was sipping his claret and holding a cigar with a hand that trembled. Hardy man as he was, the shadow lay upon him also. Indeed, it lay upon them all. If the Black Death failed to strike, then madness would come creeping in its track. Thus it was that evening generally found the family all together. There was something soothing in the presence of numbers. They were talking quietly, almost in whispers. Occasionally a laugh would break from Vera, only to be suppressed with a smile of apology. Ravenspur looked fondly into the blue eyes of the dainty little beauty, whom they all loved so dearly. "I hope I didn't offend you, grandfather," she said. In that big hall, voices sounded strained and loud. Ravenspur smiled. "Nothing you could do would offend me," he said. "It may be possible that a kindly providence will permit me to hear the old roof ringing with laughter again. It may be, perhaps, that this is reserved for strangers when we are all gone." "Only 7 left," Gordon murmured. 8, father," Vera suggested. She looked up from the lounge on the floor with the flicker of the wood fire in her violet eyes. "Do you know, I had a strange dream last night? I dreamt that Uncle Ralph came home again. He had a great black bundle in his arms, and when the bundle burst open, it filled the hall with a gleaming light, and in the center of that light was the clue to the mystery." Ravenspur's face clouded. Nobody but Vera would have dared to allude to his son Ralph in his presence, for over Ralph Ravenspur hung the shadow of disgrace, a disgrace he had tried to shift onto the shoulders of his dead brother Charles, Marian's father. Of that dark business none knew the truth but the head of the family. For 20 years he had never mentioned his erring son's name. "It is to be hoped that Ralph is dead," he said harshly. A somber light gleamed in his eyes. Vera glanced at him half timidly, but she knew how deeply her grandfather loved her, and this gave her courage to proceed. "I don't like to hear you talk like that," she said. It is no time to be harsh or hard on anybody. I don't know what he did, but I have always been sorry for Uncle Ralph, and something tells me he is coming home again. Grandfather, you would not turn him away?" "If he were ill, if he were dying, if he suffered from some grave physical affliction, perhaps not. Otherwise—" Ravenspur ceased to talk. The brooding look was still in his eyes. His white head was bent low on his breast. Marion's white fingers touched his hand caressingly. The deepest bond of sympathy existed between these two, and at the smile in Marion's eyes, Ravenspur's face cleared. "You would do all that is good and kind," Marion said. "You cannot deceive me. Oh, I know you too well for that. And if Uncle Ralph came now—" Marion paused, and the whole group looked one to the other with startled eyes. With nerves strung tightly like theirs, the slightest deviation from the established order of things was followed by a feeling of dread and alarm. And now, on the heavy silence of the night, the great bell gave clamorous and brazen tongue. Ravenspur started to his feet. "Strange that anyone should come at this time of night," he said. "No, Gordon, I will go. There can be no danger, for this is tangible." He passed along the halls and passages till he came to the outer oak. He let down the portcullis. "Come into the light," he cried, "and let me see who you are." A halting, shuffling step advanced, and presently the gleam of the hall lantern shone down upon the face of a man whose features were strangely seamed and scarred. It seemed as if the whole of his visage had been scored and carved in criss-cross lines until not 1 inch of uncontaminated flesh remained. His eyes were closed. He came forward with fumbling outstretched hands, as if searching for some familiar object. The features were expressionless, but this might have been the result of those cruel scars. But the whole aspect of the man spoke of dogged, almost pathetic determination. "You look strange, and yet familiar to me," said Ravenspur. "Who are you, and whence do you come?" "I know you," the stranger replied in a strangled whisper. "I could recognize your voice anywhere. You are my father." "And you are Ralph! Ralph, come back again!" There was horror, indignation, surprise in the cry. The words rang loud and clear, so loud and clear that they reached the dining hall and brought the rest of the party hurrying out into the hall. Vera came forward with swift, elastic stride. With a glance of shuddering pity at the scarred face, she laid a hand on Ravenspur's arm. "My dream," she whispered. "It may be the hand of God. Oh, let him stay." "There is no place here for Ralph Ravenspur," the old man cried. The outcast still fumbled his way forward. A sudden light of intelligence flashed over Gordon as he looked curiously at his brother. "I think, sir," he said, "that my brother is suffering from some great affliction. Ralph, what is it? Why do you feel for things in that way?" "I must," the wanderer replied. "I know every inch of the castle. I could find my way in the darkest night over every nook and corner. Father, I have come back to you. I was only to come back to you if I were in sore need or if I was deeply afflicted. Look at me. Does my face tell you nothing?" "Your face is dreadful, and as for your eyes, I cannot see them." "You cannot see them," Ralph said in that dreadful, thrilling, strangled whisper, Because I have no sight, because I am blind. Without a word, Ravenspur caught his unhappy son by the hand and led him to the dining hall, the family following in awed silence. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Mystery of the Ravenspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. The Cry in the Night. The close clutch of the silence lay over the castle like the restless horror that it was. The caressing drowsiness of healthy slumber was never for the hapless Ravenspurs now. They clung round the ingle nook till the last moment. They parted with a sigh and a shudder, knowing that the morrow might find one face missing, one voice silenced forever. Marian alone was really cheerful. Her smiling face, her gentle courage were as the cool breath of the north wind to the others. But for her, they would have gone mad with the haunting horror long since. She was one of the last to go. She still sat pensive in the ingle, her hands clasped behind her head, her eyes gazing with fascinated astonishment at Ralph Ravenspur. In some strange, half-defined fashion, it seemed to her that she had seen a face scarred and barred like that before, and in the same vague way the face reminded her of her native India. It was a strong face, despite the blight that suffering had laid upon it. The lips were firm and straight. The sightless eyes seemed to be seeking for something, hunting as a blind wolf might have done. The long, slim, damp fingers twitched convulsively, feeling upwards and around as if in search of something. Marian shuddered as she imagined those hooks of steel pressed about her throat, choking the life out of her. "Where are you going to sleep?" Ravenspur asked abruptly. "In my old room," Ralph replied. "Nobody need trouble about me. I can find my way about the castle as well as if I had my eyes. After all I have endured, a blanket on the floor will be a couch of down." "You are not afraid of the family terror?" Ralph laughed. He laughed hard down in his throat, chuckling horribly. "I am afraid of nothing," he said. "If you only knew what I know, you would not wish to live. I tell you I would sit and see my right arm burnt off with a slow fire if I could wipe out the things I have seen in the last 5 years. I heard of the family fetish at Bombay, and that was why I came home. I prefer a slumbering hell to a roaring one." He spoke as if half to himself. His words were enigmas to the interested listeners, yet, wild as they seemed, they were cool and collected. "Some day you shall tell us your adventures," Ravenspur said, not unkindly. "How you lost your sight, and whence came those strange disfigurements." "That you will never know," Ralph replied. "Ah, there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in our narrow and specious philosophy. There are some things it is impossible to speak of, and my trouble is one of them. Only to one man could I mention it, and whether he is alive or dead, I do not know." Marian rose. The strangely uttered words made her feel slightly hysterical. She bent over Ravenspur and kissed him fondly. Moved by a strong impulse of pity, she would have done the same by her Uncle Ralph, but that he seemed to divine her presence and her intention. The long, slim hands went up. "You must not kiss me, my child," he said. "I am not fit to be touched by pure lips like yours. Good night." Marian turned away, chilled and disappointed. She wondered why Ralph spoke like that, why he shuddered at her approach, as if she had been an unclean thing. But in that house of singular happenings, one strange matter more or less was nothing. "The light of my eyes," Ravenspur murmured. "After Vera, the creature I love best on earth. What should we do without her?" "What, indeed?" Ralph said quietly. "I cannot see, but I can feel what she is to all of you. Good night, Father, and thank you." Ravenspur strode off with a not unkindly nod. As a matter of fact, he was more moved by the return of the wanderer and his evident sufferings and misfortunes than he cared to confess. He brooded over these strange things till at length he lapsed into troubled and uneasy slumber. The intense gripping silence deepened. Ralph Ravenspur still sat in the ingle with his face bent upon the glowing logs, as if he could see, and as if he was seeking for some inspiration in the sparkling crocus flame. Then, without making the slightest noise, he crept across the hall, feeling his way along with his fingertips to the landing above. He had made no idle boast. He knew every inch of the castle. Like a cat he crept to his own room, and there, merely discarding his coat and boots, he took a blanket from the bed. Into the corridor he stepped, and then, lying down under the hangings of Cordova leather, wrapped himself up cocoon fashion in his blanket and dropped into a sound sleep. The mournful silence brooded. The rats scratched behind the oaken-paneled walls. Then out of the throat of the darkness came a stifled cry. It was the fighting rattle made by the strong man suddenly deprived of the power to breathe. Again it came, and this time more loudly, with a ring of despair in it. In the dead silence it seemed to fill the whole house, but the walls were thick, and beyond the corridor there was no cognizance of anything being in the least wrong. But the man in the blanket against the arras heard it and struggled to his feet. A long period of vivid personal danger had sharpened his senses. His knowledge of woodcraft enabled him to locate the cry to a yard. "My father," he whispered. "I am only just in time." He felt his way rapidly, yet noiselessly, along the few feet between his resting place and Ravenspur's room. Imminent as the peril was, he yet paused to push his blanket out of sight. As he came to the door of Ravenspur's room, the cry rose higher. He stooped, and then his fingers touched something warm. "Marian," he said, "I can catch the subtle fragrance of your hair." The girl swallowed a scream. She was trembling from head to foot with fear and excitement. It was dark. The cry from within was despairing. The intense horror of it was dreadful. "Yes, yes," she whispered hoarsely. "I was lying awake and I heard it. And that good old man told me today that his time was coming. I was going to rouse the house. The door is locked." "Do nothing of the sort. Stand aside." The voice was low but commanding. Marian obeyed mechanically. With great strength and determination, Ralph flung himself against the door. At the second assault, the rusty iron bolt gave, and the door flew open. Inside, Ravenspur lay on his bed. By his bedside, a nightlight cast a feeble, pallid ray. There was nobody in the room besides Ravenspur himself. He lay back absolutely rigid. A yellow hue was over his face like a painted mask. His eyes were wide open. His lips twitched convulsively. Evidently he was in some kind of cataleptic fit, and his senses had not deserted him. He was powerless to move and made no attempt to do so. The man was choking to death, and yet his limbs were rigid. A sickly sweet odor filled the room and caused Ralph to double up and gasp for breath. It was as if the whole atmosphere was drenched with a fine spray of chloroform. Marian stood in the doorway like a fascinated white statue of fear and despair. "What is it?" she whispered. "What is that choking smell?" Ralph made no reply. He was holding his breath hard. There was a queer, grinning smile on his face as he turned toward the window. The fumbling, clutching long hands rested for a moment on Ravenspurs' forehead, and the next moment there was a sound of smashing glass, as with his naked fists Ralph beat in the lozenge-shaped windows. A quick, cool draft of air rushed through the room, and the figure on the bed ceased to struggle. "Come in," said Ralph. "There is no danger now." Marian entered. She was trembling from head to foot. Her face was like death. "What is it? What is it?" she cried. "Uncle Ralph, do you know what it is?" "That is a mystery," Ralph replied. "There is some fiend at work here. I only guessed that the sickly odor was the cause of the mischief. You are better, sir?" Ravenspur was sitting up in bed. The color had come back to his lips. He no longer struggled to breathe. "I am all right," he said. His eyes beamed affectionately on Marian. "Ever ready and ever quick, child. You saved my life from that nameless horror." "It was Uncle Ralph," said Marian. "I heard your cry, but Uncle Ralph was here as soon as I was, and it was a happy idea of his to break the window." "It was that overpowering drug," said Ravenspur. "What it is and where it came from must always remain a mystery. This is a new horror to haunt me, and yet there were others who died in their beds mysteriously. I awoke to find myself choking. I was stifled by that sweet-smelling stuff. I could feel that my heart was growing weaker. But go, my child. You will catch your death of cold. Go to bed." With an unsteady smile, Marian disappeared. As she closed the door behind her, Ravenspur turned and grasped his son's wrist fiercely. "Do you know anything of this?" he demanded. "You are blind, helpless, yet you were on the spot instantly. Do you know anything of this, I say?" Ralph shook his head. "It was good luck," he said. "And how should I know anything? Ah, a blind man is but a poor detective." Yet as Ralph passed to his strange quarters, there was a queer look in his face. The long, lean claws were crooked, as if they were fastened about the neck of some enemy, some foe, to the death. "The hem of the mystery," he muttered. "Patience and prudence, and the day shall come when I shall have it by the throat, and such a lovely throat, too." End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Mystery of the Ravenspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. 101 Brant Street. There was nothing about the house to distinguish it from its stolid and respectable neighbors. It had a dingy face, woodwork painted a dark red, with the traditional brass knockers and bell pull. The windows were hung with curtains of the ordinary type. The Venetian blinds were half down, which in itself is a sign of middle-class respectability. In the center of the red door was a small brass plate bearing the name of Dr. Sergius Chigorsky. Not that Dr. Chigorsky was a medical practitioner in the ordinary sense of the word. No neatly appointed pill box ever stood before 101. No patient ever passed the threshold. Chigorsky was a savant and a traveler to boot, a man who dealt in strange, out-of-the-way things, and the interior of his house would have been a revelation to the top-hatted, frock-coated doctors and lawyers and city men who elected to make their home in Brant Street, W. The house was crammed with curiosities and souvenirs of travel, from basement to garret. A large skylighted billiard room at the back of the house had been turned into a library and laboratory combined. And here, when not traveling, Chigorsky spent all his time, seeing strange visitors from time to time, Mongolians, Hindus, natives of Tibet. For Chigorsky was one of the 3 men who had penetrated to the holy city of Lhasa and returned to tell the tale. The doctor came into his study from his breakfast and stood ruminating, rubbing his hands before the fire. In ordinary circumstances, he would have been a fine man of over 6 feet in height. But a cruel misfortune had curved his spine, while his left leg dragged almost helplessly behind him. His hands were drawn up as if the muscles had been cut and then knotted up again. Chigorsky had entered Lhasa 5 years ago as a god who walks upright. When he reached the frontier 6 months later, he was the wreck he still remained. And of those privations and sufferings, Chigorsky said nothing. But there were times when his eyes gleamed and his breath came short, and he pined for the vengeance yet to be his. As to his face, it was singularly strong and intellectual, yet it was disfigured with deep seams checkered like a chessboard. We have seen something like it before, for the marks were identical with those that disfigured Ralph Ravenspur and made his face a horror to look upon. A young man rose from the table where he was making some kind of an experiment. He was a fresh-colored Englishman, George Abel by name, and he esteemed it a privilege to call himself Chigorsky's secretary. "Always early and always busy," Chigorsky said. "Is there anything in the morning papers that is likely to interest me, Abel?" "I fancy so," Abel replied thoughtfully. "You are interested in the Ravenspur case?" A lurid light leapt into the Russian's eyes. He seemed to be strangely moved. He paced up and down the room, dragging his maimed limb after him. "Never more interested in anything in my life," he said. "You know as much of my past as any man, but there are matters, experiences unspeakable. My face, my ruined frame. Whence come these cruel misfortunes? That secret will go down with me to the grave. Of that I could speak to one man alone, and I know not whether that man is alive or dead." Chigorsky's words trailed off into a rambling, incoherent murmur. He was far away with his own gloomy and painful thoughts. Then he came back to earth with a start. He stood with his back to the fireplace, contemplating Abel. "I am deeply interested in the Ravenspur case, as you know," he said. "A malignant fiend is at work yonder, a fiend with knowledge absolutely supernatural. You smile. I myself have seen the powers of darkness doing the bidding of mortal man. All the detectives in Europe will never lay hands upon the destroyer of the Ravenspurs. And yet, in certain circumstances, I could." "Then, in that case, sir, why don't you?" Do it? I said in certain circumstances. I have part of a devilish puzzle. The other part is in the hands of a man who may be dead. I hold half of the banknote. Somebody else has the other moiety. Until we can come together, we are both paupers. If I can find that other man, and he has the nerve and the pluck he used to possess, the curse of the Ravenspurs will cease. But then I shall never see my friend again. But you might solve the problem alone. Impossible. That man and myself made a most hazardous expedition in search of dreadful knowledge. That formula we found. For the purposes of safety, we divided it, and then we were discovered. Of what followed, I dare not speak. I dare not even think. I escaped from my dire peril, but I cannot hope that my comrade was so fortunate. He must be dead, and without him I am as powerless as if I knew nothing. I have no proof, yet I know quite well who is responsible for those murders at Ravenspur. Abel stared at his chief in astonishment. He knew Tchigorsky too well to doubt the evidence of his simple word. The Russian was too strong a man to boast. "You cannot understand," he said. "It is impossible to understand without the inner knowledge that I possess, and even my knowledge is not perfect. Were I to tell the part I know, I should be hailed from one end of England to the other as a madman. I should be imprisoned for malignant slander. But if the other man turned up, if only the other man should turn up." Tchigorsky broke into a rambling reverie again. When he emerged to mundane matters once more, he ordered Abel to read the paragraph relating to the latest phase of the tragedy of the lost Ravenspur. "It runs," said Abel, "another strange affair at Ravenspur Castle. The mystery of this remarkable case still thickens. Late on Wednesday night, Mr. Rupert Ravenspur, the head of the family, was awakened by a choking sensation and a total loss of breath. On attempting to leave his bed, the unfortunate gentleman found himself unable to move. He states that the room appeared to be filled with a fine spray of some sickly, sweet drug or liquid that seemed to act upon him as chloroform does on a subject with a weak heart. Mr. Ravenspur managed to cry out, but the vapor held him down and was slowly stifling him." "Ah!" Tchigorsky cried. "Ah, I thought so. Go on." His eyes were gleaming. His whole face glistened with excitement. "Providentially, the cry reached the ears of another of the Ravenspurs. This gentleman burst open his father's door, and noticing the peculiar pungent odor, had the good sense to break a window and admit air into the room. This prompt action was the means of saving the life of the victim, and it is all the more remarkable because it was carried out by a Mr. Ralph Ravenspur, a blind gentleman who had just returned from foreign parts." A cry, a scream broke from Tchigorsky's lips. He danced about the room like a madman. For the time being, it was impossible for the astonished secretary to determine whether this was joy or anguish. "You are upset about something, sir," he said. Tchigorsky recovered himself by a violent effort that left him trembling like a reed swept in the wind. He gasped for breath. "It was the madness of an overwhelming joy," he cried. "I would cheerfully have given 10 years of my life for this information. Abel, you will have to go to Ravenspur for me today." Abel said nothing. He was used to these swift surprises. "You are to see this Ralph Ravenspur, Abel," continued Tchigorsky. "You are not to call at the castle. You are to hang about till you get a chance of delivering my message unseen. The mere fact that Ralph Ravenspur is blind will suffice for a clue to his identity. Look up the timetable." Abel did so. He found a train to land him at Biston Junction, some 10 miles from his destination. Half an hour later, he was ready to start. From an iron safe, Tchigorsky took a small object and laid it in Abel's hand. "Give him that," he said. "You are simply to say, 'Tchigorsky, danger,' and come away, unless Ralph Ravenspur desires speech with you. Now go. And as you value your life, do not lose that casket." It was a small brass box, no larger than a cigarette case, rusty and tarnished, and covered with strange characters, evidently culled from some long-forgotten tongue. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Mystery of the Ravenspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. A Ray of Light. A sense of expectation, an uneasy feeling of momentous events about to happen, hung over the doomed Ravenspurs. For once Marian appeared to feel the strain. Her face was pale, and though she strove hard to regain the old gentle gaiety, her eyes were red and swollen with weeping. All through breakfast she watched Ravenspur in strange fascination. He seemed to have obtained some kind of hold over her, yet nothing could be more patient, dull, and stolid than the way in which he proceeded with the meal. He appeared to dwell in an unseen world of his own. The stirring events of the previous night had left no impression on him whatever. For the most part, they were a sad and silent party. The terror that walked by night and day was stealing closer to them. It was coming in a new and still more dreadful form. Accident or the intervention of Providence had averted a dire tragedy, but it would come again. Ravenspur made light of the matter. He spoke of the danger as something past, yet it was impossible wholly to conceal the agitation that filled him. He saw Marian's pale, sympathetic face. He saw the heavy tears in Vera's eyes, and a dreadful sense of his absolute impotence came upon him. "Let us forget it," he said almost cheerfully. "Let us think no more of the matter. No doubt science can explain this new mystery." The speaker's sightless eyes were turned upwards. He seemed to be thinking aloud rather than addressing the company generally. Marian turned as if something had stung her. "Uncle Ralph knows something that he conceals from us," she cried. Ralph smiled, yet he had the air of one who is displeased with himself. "I know many things that are mercifully concealed from pure natures like yours," he said. "But as to what happened last night, I am as much in the dark as any of you. Ah, if I were not blind!" A strange silence followed. One by one the company rose until the room was deserted, save for Ralph Ravenspur and his nephew, Geoffrey. The handsome lad's face was pale. His lips quivered. "I am dreadfully disappointed, uncle," he observed. "Meaning from your tone that you are disappointed with me, Jeff? Why?" "Because you spoke at first as if you understood things, and then you professed to be as ignorant as the rest of us. Oh, it is awful! I would not care so much if I were less fond of Vera than I am. I love her. I love her with my whole heart and soul. If you could only see the beauty of her face, you would understand. And yet, when she kisses me good night, I am never sure that it is not for the last time. I feel that I must wake up presently to find that all is an evil dream, and we can do nothing, nothing but wait and tremble and die. Ralph had no reply. Indeed, there was no reply to this passionate outburst. The blind man rose from the table and groped his way to the door, with those long hands that seemed to be always feeling for something like the tentacles of an octopus. "Come with me to your grandfather's room," he said. "I want you to lend me your eyes for a time." Geoffrey followed willingly. The bedroom was exactly as Ravenspur had quitted it, for as yet the housemaid had not been there. "Now look around you carefully," said Ralph. "Look for something out of the common. It may be a piece of rag, a scrap of paper, a spot of grease, or a dab of some foreign substance on the carpet. Is there a fire laid here?" "No," Geoffrey replied. "The grate is a large open one. I will see what I can find." The young fellow searched minutely. For some time no reward awaited his pains. Then his eyes fell upon the hearthstone. "I can only see one little thing," he said. "In a business like this there are no such matters as little things," Ralph replied. "A clue that might stand on a pin's point often leads to great results. Tell me what it is that attracts your attention." "A bronze stain on the hearthstone. It is about the size of the palm of one's hand. It looks very like a piece of glue dabbed down." "Take a knife and scrape it up," said Ralph. He spoke slowly and evidently under excitement well repressed. "Wrap it in your handkerchief and give it to me. Has the stuff any particular smell?" "Yes," said Geoffrey. "It has a sickly sweet odor. I am sure that I never smelt anything like it before." "Probably not. There, I have no further need of your services, and I know that Vera is waiting for you. One word before you go. You are not to say a single word to a soul about this matter, not a single soul, mind. And now I do not propose to detain you any longer." Geoffrey retired with a puzzled air. When the echo of his footsteps had died away, Ralph rose and crept out upon the leads. He was shivering with excitement. There was a look of eager expectation, almost of triumph, on his face. He felt his way along the leads until he came to a group of chimneys, about the center one of which he fumbled with his hands for some time. Then the look of triumph on his face grew more marked and stronger. "Assurance doubly sure," he whispered. His voice croaked hoarsely with excitement. "If I had only somebody here whom I could trust! If I told anybody here whom I suspected, they would rise like one person and hurl me into the moat. And I can do no more than suspect. Patience, patience, and yet patience." From the terrace came the sound of fresh young voices. They were those of Vera and Geoffrey, talking almost gaily as they turned their steps toward the granite cliffs. For the nerves of youth are elastic, and they throw off the strain easily. They walked along side by side until they came to the cliffs. Here the rugged ramparts rose high with jagged indentations and rough hollows. There were deep cups and fissures in the rocks, where a regiment of soldiers might lie securely hidden. For miles the gorse was flushed with its golden glory. "Let us sit down and forget our troubles," said Geoffrey. "How restful the time if we could sail away in a ship, Vera, away to the ends of the earth, where we could hide ourselves from this cruel vendetta and be at peace. What use is the Ravenspur property to us when we are doomed to die?" Vera shuddered slightly, and the exquisite face grew pale. "They might spare us," she said plaintively. "We are young, and we have done no harm to anybody, and yet I have not lost all faith. I feel certain that heaven above us will not permit this hideous slaughter to continue." She laid her trembling fingers in Geoffrey's hand, and he drew her close to him and kissed her. "It seems hard to look into your face and doubt it, dearest," he said. "Even the fiend who pursues us would hesitate to destroy you. But I dare not, I must not, think of that. If you are taken away, I do not want to live." "Nor I either, Jeff. Oh, my feelings are similar to yours." The dark violet eyes filled with tears. The fresh breeze from the sea ruffled Vera's fair hair and carried her sailor hat away up the cliff. It rested, perched upon a gorse bush overhanging one of the ravines or cups in the rock. As Geoffrey ran to fetch the hat, he looked over. A strange sight met his astonished gaze. The hollow might have been a small stone quarry at some time. Now it was lined with grass and moss, and in the center of the cup, which had no fissure or passage of any kind, 2 men were seated bending down over a small shell or gourd placed on a fire of sticks. In ordinary circumstances there would have been nothing strange in this, for the sight of peripatetic hawkers and tinkers along the cliffs was not unusual. But these men did not belong to that class. They were tall and spare. They were clad in dingy robes. On their heads were turbans of the same sad color. They were dark of feature, with thin faces and ragged beards. In appearance they were singularly alike. Indeed, they might have been twin brothers some time past the prime of life. From the shell on the ground a thick vapor was rising. The smell of it floated on the air to Geoffrey's nostrils. He reeled back almost sick and faint with the perfume and the discovery he had made. For that infernal stuff had exactly the same smell as the pungent drug which had come so near to destroying the life of Rupert Ravenspur only a few hours before. Here was something to set the blood tingling in the veins and the pulses leaping with a mad excitement. From over the top of the gorse, Geoffrey watched with all his eyes. He saw the smoke gradually die away. He saw a small mass taken from the gourd and carefully stowed away in a metal box. Then the fire was kicked out, and all traces of it were obliterated. Geoffrey crept back again to Vera, trembling from head to foot. He had made up his mind what to do. He would say nothing of this strange discovery to Vera. He would keep it for Ralph Ravenspur's ears alone. Ralph had been in foreign parts and might understand the enigma. Meanwhile, it became necessary to get out of the Asiatic's way. It was not prudent for them to know that a Ravenspur was so close. Vera looked into Geoffrey's face, wondering. "How pale you are," she said, "and how long you have been." "Come and let us walk," said Geoffrey. I twisted my ankle on a stone, and it gave me a twinge or two." It's all right now. Shall we see if we can get as far as Sprawl Point and back before luncheon?" Vera rose to the challenge. She rather prided herself on her powers as a walker. The exercise caused her to glow and tingle, and all the way it never occurred to her how silent and abstracted Geoffrey had become. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Mystery of the Ravenspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Abel carries out his errand. When Ralph Ravenspur reached the basement, his whole aspect had changed. For the next day or two he brooded about the house, mainly with his own thoughts for company. He was ubiquitous. His silent, cat-like tread carried him noiselessly everywhere. He seemed to be looking for something with those sightless eyes of his. Those long fingers were crooked, as if about the throat of the great mystery. He came into the library where Rupert Ravenspur and Marian were talking earnestly. He dropped in upon them as if he had fallen from the clouds. Marian started and laughed. "I declare you frighten me," she said. "You are like a shadow, the shadow of one's conscience." "There can be no shadow on yours," Ralph replied. "You are too pure and good for that. Never, never will you have cause to fear me." "All the same, I wish you were less like a cat," Ravenspur exclaimed petulantly, as Marian walked smilingly away. "Anybody would imagine that you were part of the family mystery, Ralph. Do you know anything?" "I am blind," Ralph replied doggedly. "Of what use is a blind man?" "I don't know. They say that when one sense is lost, the others are sharpened. And you came home so mysteriously. You arrived at a critical moment for me. You were at my door at the time when help was sorely needed. Again, when you burst my door open, you did the only thing that could have saved me." "Common sense, sir. You were stifling, and I gave you air." Ravenspur shook his head. He was by no means satisfied. "It was the common sense that is based upon practical experience. And you prowl about in dark corners. You wander about the house in the dead of the night. You hint at a strange past, but as to that past you are dumb. For heaven's sake, if you know anything, tell me. The suspense is maddening." "I know nothing, and I am blind," Ralph repeated. "As to my past, that is between me and my Maker. I dare not speak of it. Let me go my own way, and do not interfere with me. And whatever you do or say, tell nobody, nobody, mind, that you suspect me of knowledge of the family trouble." Ralph turned away abruptly and refused to say more. He passed from the castle across the park slowly, but with the confidence of a man who is assured of every step. The recollection of his boyhood's days stood him in good stead. He could not see, but he knew where he was, and even the grim cliffs held no terrors for him. He came at length to a certain spot, where he paused. It was here years ago that he had scaled the cliffs at the peril of his neck and found the raven's nest. He caught the perfume of the heather and the crushed fragrance of the wild thyme, but their scents were as nothing to his nostrils, for he had caught another scent that had brought him up all standing with his head in the air. The odor was almost exhausted. There was merely a faint suspicion of it, but at the same time it spoke to Ralph as plainly as words. He was standing near the hollow where Geoffrey had been 2 days ago. In his mind's eye, Ralph could see into this hollow. Years before, he had been used to lie there winter evenings when the brent and ducks were coming in from the sea. He scrambled down, sure-footed as a goat. Then he proceeded to grope upon the grass with those long, restless fingers. He picked up a charred stick or two, smelt it, and shook his head. Presently his hand closed upon the burnt fragments of a gourd. As Ralph raised this to his nostrils, his eyes gleamed. "I was certain of it," he muttered. "2 of the Bonzes have been here, and they have been making the pie. If I could only see—" As yet he had not heard of Geoffrey's singular discovery. There had been no favorable opportunity of disclosing the secret. Ralph retraced his steps moodily. For the present he was helpless. He had come across the clue to the enigma, but only he knew of the tremendous difficulties and dangers to be encountered before the heart of the mystery could be revealed. He felt cast down and discouraged. There was bitterness in his heart for those who had deprived him of his precious sight. "Oh, if I could only see!" he cried. "A week or month to look from one eye into another, to strip off the mask and lay the black soul bare. And yet, if the one only guessed what I know, my life would not be worth an hour's purchase. And if those people at the castle only knew that the powers of hell, living, raging hell, were arrayed against them. But they would not believe." An impotent sigh escaped the speaker. Just for the moment his resolution had failed him. It was some time before he became conscious of the fact that someone was dogging his footsteps. "Do you want to see me?" he demanded. There was no reply for a moment. Abel came up cautiously. He looked around him, but so far as he could see, he and Ravenspur were alone. As he caught sight of the latter's face, he had no ground for further doubt. "I did want to see you, and see you alone, sir," Abel replied. "I believe I have the pleasure of speaking to Mr. Ralph Ravenspur?" "The same, sir," Ralph said coldly. "You are a stranger to me." "A stranger who brings a message from a friend. I was to see you alone, and for 2 days I have been waiting for this opportunity. My employer asks me to deliver this box into your hands." At the same time Abel passed the little brass case into Ralph's hand. As his fingers closed upon it, a great light swept over his face. A hoarse shout came from his lips that turned from red to blue, and then to white and red again. So Tchigorsky had behaved when he discovered that this man still lived. "Who gave you this, and what is your message?" Ravenspur panted. "The message," said Abel, "was merely this. I was to give you the box and say, 'Tchigorsky, danger,' and walk away unless you detained me." "Then my friend Tchigorsky is alive?" "Yes, sir. It is my privilege to be his private secretary." "A wonderful man!" Ralph cried. "Perhaps the most wonderful man in Europe. And to think that he is alive! If an angel had come down from heaven and asked me to crave a boon, I should have asked to have Tchigorsky in the flesh before me. You have given me new heart of grace. You are like water in a dry land. This is the happiest day I have known since—" The speaker paused and mumbled something incoherent. But the stolid expression had gone from his scarred face, and a strange, triumphant happiness reigned in its stead. He seemed years younger. His step had grown more elastic. There was a fresh, broad ring in his voice. "Chigorsky will desire to see me," he said. "Indeed, it is absolutely essential that we should meet, and that without delay. A time of danger lies before us, danger that the mere mortal does not dream of. Take this to Chigorsky and be careful of it." He drew from a chain inside his vest a small case, almost identical to the one that Abel had just handed to him, save that it was silver, while the other was brass. On it were the same queer signs and symbols. "That will convince my friend that the puzzle is intact," he continued. "We hold the key to the enigma, nay, the key to the past and future. But all this is so much Greek to you. I will come and see my friend on Friday, but not in the guise of Ralph Ravenspur." "What am I to understand by that, sir?" Abel asked. "It matters nothing what you understand," Ralph cried. "Chigorsky will know. Tell him 7:15 at Euston on Friday, not in the guise of Ravenspur or Chigorsky. He will read between the lines. Go and be seen with me no more." Ralph strode off with his head in the air. His blood was singing in his ears. His pulse was leaping with a new life. "At last," he murmured, "after all these years, for myself and my kin. At last." End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Mystery of the Ravenspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. More Light. There was a curious, eager flush on Ralph Ravenspur's face. He rose from his seat and paced the room restlessly. Those long fingers were incessantly clutching at something vague and unseen, and at the same time he was following the story that Geoffrey had to tell with the deepest attention. "What does it mean, uncle?" the young man asked at length. "I cannot tell you," Ralph replied. His tones were hard and cold. "There are certain things no mortal can understand unless— But I must not go into that. It may be that you have touched the fringe of the mystery." "I am certain that we are on the verge of a discovery," Geoffrey cried eagerly. "I am sure that stuff those strangers were making was the same as the drug, or whatever it was, that came so near to making an end of my grandfather. If I knew what to do—" "Nothing, do nothing, as you hope for the future." The words came hissing from Ralph's lips. He felt his way across to Geoffrey and laid a grip on his arm that seemed to cut like a knife. "Forget it," he whispered. "Fight down the recollection of the whole thing. Do nothing based upon your discovery. I cannot say more, but I am going to give you advice worth much gold. Promise me that you will forget this matter, that you will not mention it to a soul. Promise." Geoffrey promised, somewhat puzzled and dazed. Did Ralph know everything, or was he as ignorant as the rest? "I will do what you like," said Geoffrey, "but it is very hard. Can't you tell me a little more? I am brave and strong." "Courage and strength have nothing to do with it. A nation could do nothing in this case. I am going to London today." "You are going to London alone?" "Why not? I came here from the other side of the world alone. I have to see a doctor about my eyes. No, there is no hope that I can ever recover my sight again, but it is possible to allay the pain they give me." Ralph departed. A dog-cart deposited him at Biston Junction, and then the servant saw him safely into the London train. But presently Ralph alighted, and a porter guided him to a cab. A little later, and the blind man was knocking at the door of a cottage in the poorer portion of the town. A short, stocky man with a seafaring air opened the door. "Is it you, Elphick?" Ralph asked. The short man with the resolute face and keen gray eyes exclaimed with pleasure, "So, you've got back at last, sir. Come in, sir. I am alone here, as you know. I knew you'd want me before long." Ralph Ravenspur felt his way to a chair. James Elphick stood watching him, with something more than pleasure in his eyes. "We have no time to spare," Ralph exclaimed. "We must be in London tonight, James. I am going up to see Dr. Tchigorsky." "Dr. Tchigorsky?" Elphick exclaimed. "Didn't I always say as how he'd get through? The man who'd get the best of him ain't born yet. But it means danger, sir. Nothing we ever carried out with the doctor was anything else." "Danger you do not dream of," Ralph said impressively. "But I cannot discuss this with you, James. You are coming with me to London. Get the disguise out, and let me see if your hand still retains its cunning." Apparently it had, for an hour later there walked from the cottage toward the station an elderly, stout man with white hair and beard and whiskers. His eyes were guarded by tinted glasses. The complexion of the face was singularly clear and ruddy. All trace of those cruel crisscross lines had gone. Wherever Elphick had learned his art, he had not failed to learn it thoroughly. "It's perfect, though I say it as shouldn't," he remarked. "It's no use, sir. You can't get on without me. If I'd gone with you to Lhasa, all that horrible torture business would never have happened." Ralph Ravenspur smiled cautiously. The stiff dressing on his face made a smile difficult in any case. "At all events, I shall want you now," he said. It was nearly 7 when the express tram reached Euston. Ralph stood on the great bustling, echoing platform as if waiting for something. An exclamation from Elphick attracted his attention. "There's the doctor as large as life," he said. "Tchigorsky!" Ralph cried. "Surely not in his natural guise. Oh, this is reckless folly. Does he court defeat at the outset of our enterprise?" Tchigorsky bustled up. For some reason or other, he chose to appear in his natural guise. Not till they were in the cab did Ravenspur venture to expostulate. "Much learning has made you mad," he said bitterly. "Not a bit of it," the Russian responded. "Unfortunately for me, the priests of Lhasa have discovered that I am deeply versed in their secrets. Not that they believe for a moment that Tchigorsky and the Russian who walked the Valley of the Red Death are one and the same. They deem me to be the recipient of that unhappy man's early discoveries. But your identity remains a secret. The cleverest eyes in the world could never penetrate your disguise." "It comforts me to hear that," Ralph replied. "Everything depends upon my identity being concealed. Once it is discovered, every Ravenspur is doomed. But I cannot understand why you escape recognition at the hands of the foe." A bitter smile came over Tchigorsky's face. "Can you not?" he said. "If you had your eyes, you would understand. Man, I have been actually in the company of those who flung me into the Valley of the Red Death, and they have not known me." After that I stood in the presence of my own mother, and she asked who I was. The marks on my face? Well, there are plenty of explorers who have been victims to the wire helmet and have never dreamt of entering Lhasa. I am a broken, decrepit wreck. I, who was once so proud of my inches. The horrors of that one day have changed me beyond recognition. But you know. Ralph shuddered from head to foot. A cold moisture stood in his forehead. "Don't," he whispered. "Don't speak of it. When the recollection comes over me, I have to hold on to my senses as a shipwrecked sailor clings to a plank. Never mind the past. The future has peril and danger enough. You know why I am here? To save your house from the curse upon it, to bring the East and West together, and tell of the vilest conspiracy the world has ever seen. Do you know who the guilty creature is, whose hand is actually striking the blow?" "I think so. In fact, I am sure of it. But who would believe my accusation?" "Who indeed? But we shall be in a position to prove our case, now that the secrets of the prison house lie before us. We have 3 to fear." Yes, yes," said Ralph. "The 2 Bonzes, who have actually been seen near Ravenspur, and the Princess Zara. Could she recognize me?" Ralph asked the question in almost passionate entreaty. "I am certain she could not," Tchigorsky replied. "Come, victory shall be ours yet. Here we are at my house at last. By the way, you must have a name. You shall be my cousin Nicholas Tchigorsky, a clever savant who, by reason of a deplorable accident, has become both blind and dumb. Allons." End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Mystery of the Ravenspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. A Master of Fence. Lady Mallowbloom's reception rooms were more than usually crowded, and every other man or woman in the glittering salon was a celebrity. There was a strong sprinkling of the aristocracy to leaven the lump. Here and there the flash of red cloth and gold could be seen. In his quiet, masterly style, Tchigorsky pushed his way up the stairs. Ralph Ravenspur followed, his hand upon the Russian's arm. He could feel the swish of satin draperies go by him. He caught the perfume on the warm air. "Why do you drag me here?" he grumbled. "I can see nothing. It only bewilders me. I should have been far happier in your study." "You mope too much," Tchigorsky said gaily. "To mingle with one's fellows is good at times. I know so many people who are here tonight." "And I know nobody. Add to which circumstances compel me to be dumb. Place me in some secluded spot with my back to the wall, and then enjoy yourself for an hour. I dare say I shall manage to kill the time." There were many celebrities in the brilliantly lighted room, and Tchigorsky indicated a few. A popular lady novelist passed on the arm of a poet on her way to the buffet. "A wonderful woman," the fair authoress was saying. "Eastern and full of mystery, you know. Did you notice the eyes of the princess?" "Who could fail to?" was the reply. "They say that she is quite 45, and yet she would easily pass for 18, but for her knowledge of the world. Your Eastern princess is one of the most fascinating women I have ever seen." Others passed and had the same theme. Ralph stirred to a faint curiosity. "Who is the new marvel?" he asked. "I don't know," Tchigorsky admitted. "The last new lion, I suppose. Some pretty begum, or the wife of some Oriental whose dark eyes appear to have fired society. By the crowd of people coming this way, I presume the dusky beauty is among them. If so, she has an excellent knowledge of English." A clear, sweet voice arose. At the first sound of it, Ralph jumped to his feet and clutched at his throat, as if something choked him. He shook with a great agitation. A nameless fear had him in a close grip. "Do you recognize the voice?" Ralph gasped. The Russian was not unmoved, but his agitation was quickly suppressed. He forced Ralph down in his seat again. "You will have to behave better than that if you are to be a trusty ally of mine," he said. "Come, that is better. Sit still. She is coming this way." "I'm all right now," Ralph replied. "The shock of finding myself in the presence of Princess Zara was overpowering. Have no fear for me." A tall woman, magnificently dressed, was making her way towards Tchigorsky. Her face was the hue of old ivory, and as fine. Her great lustrous eyes gleamed brightly. A mass of hair was piled high on a daintily poised head. The woman might have been extremely young so far as the touch of time was concerned, but the easy self-possession told another tale. The red lips tightened for an instant. A strange gleam came into the dark, magnetic eyes as they fell upon Tchigorsky. Then the Indian princess advanced with a smile and held out her hand to the Russian. "So, you are still here," she said. There was the suggestion of a challenge in her tones. Her eyes met those of Tchigorsky as the eyes of two swordsmen might meet. There was a tigerish playfulness underlying the words, a call note of significant warning. "I still take the liberty of existing," said Tchigorsky. "You're a brave man, Doctor. Your friend here?" "Is my cousin, Nicholas Tchigorsky. The poor fellow is blind and dumb as the result of a terrible accident. Best not to notice him." The princess shrugged her beautiful shoulders as she dropped gracefully into a seat. "I heard you were in London," she said, "and something told me that we should meet sooner or later. You are still interested in occult matters?" Again Ralph detected the note of warning in the speech. He could see nothing of the expression on that perfect face, but he could judge it fairly well. "I am more interested in occult matters than ever," Tchigorsky said gravely, "especially in certain discoveries placed in my hands by a traveler in Tibet." "Ah, that was your fellow countryman. He died, you know." "He was murdered in the vilest manner. But before the end, he managed to convey important information to me." "Useless information, unless you had the key." "There was one traveler who found the key, you remember." "True, Doctor. He also, I fancy, met with an accident that, unfortunately, resulted in his death." Ralph shuddered slightly. Princess Zara's tone were hard as steel. If she had spoken openly and callously of this man being murdered, she could not have expressed the same thing more plainly. A beautiful woman, a fascinating one, but a woman with no heart and no feeling where her hatreds were concerned. "It is just possible I have the key," said Tchigorsky. The eyes of the princess blazed for a moment. Then she smiled. "Dare you use it?" she asked. If you dare, then all the secrets of heaven and hell are yours. For 4,000 years, the priests of the temple at Lhasa and the heads of my family have solved the future. You know what we can do. We are all-powerful for evil. We can strike down our foes by means unknown to your boasted Western science. They are all the same to us, proud potentate, ex-meddling doctor. There was a menace in the last words. Chigorsky smiled. The meddling doctor has already had personal experience, he said. I carry the marks of my suffering to the grave. I remember how your peasants treated me, and this does not tend to relax my efforts. And yet you might die at any moment. If you persist in your studies, you will have to die. The eyes of Western men must not look upon the secrets of the priests of Lhasa and live. Be warned, Dr. Chigorsky, be warned in time. You are brave and clever, and as such command respect. If you know everything and proclaim it to the world, civilization will come as one man, and no stone in Lhasa shall stand on another. Your priests will be butchered like wild beasts. An infernal plague spot will be wiped off the face of the outraged earth. The princess caught her breath swiftly. Just for one moment there was murder in her eyes. She held her fan as if it were a dagger ready for the Russian's heart. "Why should you do this thing?" she asked. "Because your knowledge is diabolical," Chigorsky replied. "In the first place, all who are in the secret can commit murder with impunity. As the Anglo-Saxon pushes on to the four corners of the earth, that knowledge must become public property. I am going to stop that if I can." "And if you die in the meantime? You are bold to rashness, and yet there are many things that you do not know." "The longer I live, the more glaring my ignorance becomes. I do not know whence you derive your perfect mastery of the English tongue, but I do know that I am going to see this business through. Man proposes, but the arm of the priests is long." "Ah, I understand. I may die tonight. I should not mind. Still, let us argue the matter out. Say that I have already solved the problem. I write a detailed account of the whole weird business. I write 20 detailed statements. I enclose the key in each. These statements I address to a score of the leading savants in Europe. Then I place them in, say, a safe deposit until my death. I write to each of those wise men a letter with an enclosure not to be opened till I die. That enclosure contains a key to my safe, and presently in that safe all those savants find a packet addressed to themselves. In a week all Europe would ring with my wonderful discoveries. Think of the outcry, the wrath, the indignation." The princess smiled. She could appreciate a stratagem like this. With dull, stolid, and averted face, Ralph Ravenspur listened and wondered. He heard the laugh that came from the lips of the princess. He detected the vexation underlying it. Chigorsky was a foeman worthy of her steel. "That you propose to do?" she asked. "A question you will pardon me for not answering," said Chigorsky. "You have made your move, and I have made mine. Whether I am going to do the thing, or whether I have done so, remains to be seen. Whether you dare risk my death now is a matter for you to decide. Check to your king." Again the princess smiled. She looked searchingly into Chigorsky's face, as if she would fain read his very soul. but she saw nothing there but the dull eyes of a man who keeps his feelings behind a mask. Then, with a flirt of her fan and a more or less mocking curtsy, she turned to go. "You are a fine antagonist," she said, "but I do not admit yet that you are a check to my king. I shall find a way. Good night." She turned and plunged into the glittering crowd and was seen no more. A strange fit of trembling came over Ravenspur as Tchigorsky led him out. "That woman stifles me," he said. If she had only guessed who had been seated so near to her. "Tchigorsky, you played your cards well." Tchigorsky smiled. "I was glad of that opportunity," he said. "She meant to have me murdered, but she will hesitate for a time. We have one great advantage. We know what we have to face, and she does not. The men are on the board, the cards are on the table. It is you and I against Princess Zara and the two priests of the Temple of Lhasa, and we play for the lives of a good and innocent family." "We do," Ralph said grimly. "But why does this fascinating Asiatic come all those miles to destroy one by one a race that she can scarcely have heard of? Why does she do it, Tchigorsky?" "You have not guessed who the princess is, then?" Tchigorsky bent down and whispered 3 words in Ralph's ear, and not until Brant Street was reached had Ralph come back from his amazement to the land of speech. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Mystery of the Ravenspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. April Days. The terror never lifted now from the old house. There were days and weeks when nothing happened, but the garrison did not permit itself to believe that the unseen enemy had abandoned the unequal contest. The old people were prepared for the end which they believed to be inevitable. A settled melancholy was upon them, and it was only when they were together that anything like a sense of security prevailed. For the moment they were safe. There was always safety in numbers. But when they parted for the night, they parted as comrades on the eve of a bloody battle. They might meet again, but the chances were strong against it. For themselves they cared nothing. For the younger people, everything. It was fortunate that the fine constitutions and strong nerves of Geoffrey and Vera and Marion kept them going. A really imaginative man or woman would have been driven mad by the awful suspense. But Geoffrey was bright and sunny. He always felt that the truth would come to light some day, and his buoyant, sanguine nature reacted on the others. Nearly a month had elapsed since the weird attempt on the life of Rupert Ravenspur, 4 weeks since Geoffrey's strange experience on the cliffs, and nothing had happened. The family had lapsed once more into their ordinary mode of living. Blind Ralph was back again, feeling his way about the castle as usual, silent, moody, in the habit of gliding in upon people as a snake comes through the grass. Ralph came in to breakfast, creeping to his chair without touching anything, dropping into it as if he had fallen from the clouds. Marion, next to him, shuddered. They were quite good friends, these two, but Marion was slightly afraid of her uncle. His secret ways repelled her. He had a way of talking with his sightless eyes upturned. He seemed to understand the unspoken thoughts of others. "What is the matter?" he asked. Marion laughed. None of the others had come down yet. "What should be the matter?" she replied. Well, you shuddered. You should be sorry for me, my dear. Some of these days I mean to tell you the story of my life. Oh, yes, it will be a story. What a story! And you will never forget it as long as you live." There was something uncanny in the words, a veiled threat, the suggestion of one who had waited for a full revenge, with the knowledge that the time would come. Yet the scarred face was without expression. The eyes were vacant. "Won't you tell me now?" Marian asked softly. "I am so sorry for you." The sweet, thrilling sympathy would have moved a stone, but it had no effect upon Ralph. He merely caressed Marian's slim fingers and smiled. It was significant of his extraordinary power that he found Marian's hand without feeling for it. He was given to touch those slim fingers, and yet he never allowed Marian to kiss him. "All in good time," he said, "but not yet, not yet." Before Marian could reply, Mrs. Gordon Ravenspur came into the room. Marian seemed to divine more than see that something had happened. She jumped to her feet and crossed the room. "Dear aunt," she said quickly, "what is it?" "Vera," Mrs. Gordon replied. "She called me into her room just now, saying she was feeling far from well. I had hardly got into her room before she fainted. I have never known Vera to do such a thing before." Ralph was sitting and drumming his fingers on the table, as if the subject had not the slightest interest for him. But with the swiftness of lightning, a strange, hard, cunning expression flashed across his face and was gone. When Marian turned to him, he had vanished also. It almost seemed as if he had the gift of fern seed. "A mere passing weakness," Marian said soothingly. "I should like to think so," Mrs. Gordon replied. "In normal circumstances I should think so. But not now, not now, Marian." Marian sighed deeply. There were times when even she was oppressed. "I'll go and see Vera," she said. "I am sure there is no cause for alarm." Marian slipped rapidly up the stone stairs and along the echoing corridor toward Vera's room. She was smiling now, and she kissed her hand to the dead and gone Ravenspurs frowning upon her from the walls. Then she burst gaily into Vera's room. "My dear child," she cried, "you really must not alarm us by—" She paused suddenly. Vera, fully dressed, was seated in a chair, whilst Ralph was by her side. He seemed more alive than usual. He had been saying something to Vera that had brought the color to her face. As Marian entered, he grew grave and self-contained, like a snail retreating into its shell, Marian thought. He sat down and tattooed with his fingers on the dressing table. "I had no idea you had company," Marian smiled. "I intruded," Ralph said gravely. There was a sardonic inflection in his voice. "Yet I flatter myself that Vera is the better for my attention." Marian looked swiftly from one to the other. She was puzzled. Almost flawless as she was, she had her minor weaknesses, or she had been less charming than he was, and she hated to be puzzled. Vera was no longer pale, and all signs of languor had departed, yet she looked confused, and there was the trace of a blush on her cheeks. "Sometimes I fancy that Uncle Ralph is laughing at us all," she said, with a laugh that was not altogether natural. "But I am all right now, dear Marian. Save for a racking headache, I am myself again." Marian, solicitous for others always, flew for her smelling salts. In 3 strides Ralph was across the floor and had closed the door behind her. His manner had instantly changed. He was full of energy and action. "Take this," he whispered. "Take it, and the cure will be complete. Crush it up between your teeth and drink a glass of water afterwards." He forced a small white pellet between Vera's teeth. He heard her teeth crushing it. With his peculiar gift for finding things, he crossed over to the washstand and returned with a glass of water. "You are better?" he asked, as Vera gulped the water down. "Oh, yes, Uncle. Are you a wizard, or what? My headache seems to have lifted from me as one takes off a hat. The stuff you gave me—" "Say no more about it. Think no more about it. But whenever the same feeling comes over you again, let me know at once. And you are not to mention this to anybody." "But my mother and Geoffrey and—" "Ah, you love Geoffrey? But there is no need to ask you the question. You want to rid the house of its nameless terror. You want to be free, to marry Geoffrey and be happy. Dear child, all these things will come if you listen to me. I swear it. And now, will you promise me that you will say nothing of this to a soul?" "Dear uncle, I promise." Ralph had grown cold and moody again. When Marian returned with her salts, he slipped out of the room as callously as if he were not in the least interested. And while many anxious eyes followed Vera at breakfast time, Ralph alone was indifferent, brutally indifferent, Marian thought. "Are you thinking of the same thing that we are?" she asked. "No," Ralph said shortly. "I was thinking what poor bacon this is." End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Mystery of the Ravenspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. A Little Sunshine. After luncheon, Geoffrey was leaning over the stone balustrade of the terrace, waiting for Vera. Beyond a slight restlessness and extra brilliancy of the eye, she was better. She had proposed a ramble along the cliffs, and Geoffrey had assented eagerly. His anxiety was fading away like the ashes of a cigarette. At first he had been inclined to imagine that Vera's indisposition had been a move on the part of the unseen foe. But he put his idea from him as illogical. The enemy was not in the habit of using the gloved hand like this. He struck down fiercely and remorselessly. "No," Geoffrey murmured aloud. "Vera could not have been spared." A gentle hand was laid upon his arm. Marian stood beside him. They were alone at that angle of the terrace and unseen from the house. "You are right," said Marian. "Don't worry about that any more." Geoffrey nodded approvingly. He slipped his arm around Marian's waist and kissed her in a brotherly fashion. Marian inclined toward him with half-closed eyes and a brightened color. Her limbs trembled. The pressure of her lips was warm and sweet. "Dear little sister," Geoffrey murmured, "what should we do without you?" Marian drew herself away abruptly. She rested her clasped hands over the stone balcony so that Geoffrey should not see their unsteadiness. Her flushed face was half averted. It was a taking, a perfect picture. "What would Vera say?" she asked. "As if Vera would mind. Don't we all love you the same? And how many times has Vera seen me kiss you? If there were no Vera, little sister, Then you may be sure that I should have kissed you in a different way." Marian laughed at the easy impertinence. That Geoffrey had no real love or passion for anybody but Vera, she knew perfectly well. She laughed again, but there was nothing spontaneous in it. Indeed, anybody but a youthful egotist in love could have detected a certain jarring note of pain. "Here is Vera," said Geoffrey. "Let us ask her." They put it to her merrily. They might have been in a world beyond all sorrow or suffering. The music of their fresh young voices floated in the air. Then Marian bent over the balustrade and watched the lovers out of sight. Her face grew hard. A veil of heavy years seemed to have fallen over it. "If he only knew," she said. "If he only knew. Why are clever people often so foolish? And why do they commit follies with their eyes wide open? Well, it doesn't matter, for you will never know, dear Geoffrey, how passionately and devotedly I love you. And you never, never know when temptation and inclination and opportunity go together. And I don't believe that anybody could resist temptation if he or she were certain not to be found out. I am perfectly sure they wouldn't." Marian turned with a stifled cry on her lips. Ralph Ravenspur was behind her. The expression on his face was wooden and emotionless. "I hope you have not been listening to me," she said reproachfully. "I have been watching you, or rather feeling your presence, for some time," Ralph admitted. "I have been here since those young people went away. But you said nothing, at least nothing I heard, until that bit of worldly wisdom dropped from your lips. It was an unworthy thought, Uncle Ralph." "It might be unworthy of you, my dear, but I fancy it is true. Even the very best of people give way to temptation. Put it away from you. Don't dwell upon your temptation, or it may get you into trouble." "My temptation? Do you mean to say you know what it is?" "I do," said Ralph. "You are deeply in love with your cousin Geoffrey. There is wild blood in your veins, and that blood will out unless you keep your feelings well under control. Ah, you may stare and look dismayed, which I am sure you are doing, although I cannot see you. Yes, there is always the temptation to pray that the family foe might remove Vera from your path." A piteous cry came from Marian's lips. Who was this man who knew so much and could probe her secret soul? Yet he was blind. He could not see. Was it possible that some such horrible thoughts had crossed Marian's mind? Atrocious thoughts will come to the best of us, unasked for, unsought. "Oh, you are cruel," she said. "Perhaps I am," Ralph admitted. "You see, I live in a dark world of my own, and I have small belief in the virtues of my fellow creatures. But you are an angel, and I have amused myself by searing your wings." "Is that because you think my secret is a shameful one?" "Not in the least. Who can help the wayward driftings of a woman's heart? And anyway, your secret is safe with me." He felt for Marian's fingers and put them to his lips. Before the girl could reply, he had drifted away, apparently feeling his way into space. And for a long time Marian stood there gazing out to sea. Meanwhile the lovers had forgotten everything but the beauty of the day, and that the world was for themselves alone. The sun shone for them. For them the blue sea thundered in white battalions against the cliffs. For them the lark poured out its song at the gate of heaven, and the heather bloomed on moor and headland. They strolled along until they came to a favored spot, where the gorse flowered in yellow fires, and the crushed wild thyme was pungent under their feet. Here Geoffrey threw himself on the turf, and Vera reclined by his side. He could touch her hands and toy with her little ripples of her hair. To watch the play of those pretty features and look back the love he saw in those great starry eyes was a thing without alloy. "Ah, me, if we could always be like this," Vera said. "You and I would be happy in any circumstances," said Geoffrey thoughtfully. "Only I should like to see something of the world." "What? Go away and leave me all alone, dearest?" Geoffrey smiled at this innocent coquetry. He touched the smooth satin cheek caressingly. Vera only wanted him to disclaim any such intention, and he knew it too. There was no deception about the matter, but they were none the less happy for that. "Of course not," Geoffrey declared. "I should take you with me wherever I went. If we could only get the bar removed, I should like to travel. I should like to see men and cities, and measure my strength with my fellows. I should like to go into Parliament. Ah, if we could only get the bar removed." "If we only could," Vera sighed. "But I can't imagine that they will touch us. We are so young and so innocent of wrongdoing. And yet this morning—" Vera paused, half afraid of betraying Ralph Ravenspur's confidence. "Only this morning you were a bit afraid. Confess it." "I was, Jeff. I felt strange when I awoke in the night. I felt cold and like death when I awoke today, and then I fainted." "But you are all right now, darling," Jeff said anxiously. "Yes, dear, I never felt better. Still, it was a strange thing altogether. I was well when I went to bed, but in the night I had a curious dream. It seemed to me that I was lying half asleep, with a singular pricking sensation of my lips and face. And then an angel came down and laid some white powder on my pillow, a white powder that looked like a mixture of salt and powdered glass. Almost immediately the pain ceased, and I slept again. Then I awoke finally and had that fainting fit. Don't you think it was a queer thing?" "Yes, but what had the dream and the powder to do with it, little girl?" "I was coming to that, Jeff. After I got better, I remembered my dream and looked at the pillow. You smile, thinking that only a woman would do that. Sure enough, there was some trace of gritty powder there, and I collected it in a tissue paper. Directly I got it to the light, half of it melted. It seemed to dissolve in light, like water, and here it is." Vera produced a tiny packet from her pocket and opened it. There were several grains of some sharp powder there, which, as Geoffrey held them in his hand, dissolved to nothingness. His face was very pale. "Darling, this is a dreadful thing," he murmured. "I fancy—" He paused, fearful of alarming Vera. He saw the hand of fate in this. He saw the sword that was hanging over that beloved young life. A passion of anger and despair filled him, but for Vera's sake he checked the feeling, and it seemed to him as if he had passed in a minute down a decade of years, as if in that brief space he had left his boyhood behind and become a man. "This must be looked into," he said sternly. "Every precaution—" "Has been taken," Vera said quietly. "We have a protector among us, dearest, one who is worth all the precautions put together. Do not fear for me, and do not ask me any questions, because I must not answer them. But I am safe." Geoffrey nodded. The cloud slowly lifted from his forehead. Vera was speaking of her Uncle Ralph, and there was no reason to ask any questions. Was it possible, Geoffrey wondered, that Ralph Ravenspur had gone to the heart of the mystery, that it was wrapped up in his life, and that he had come home to solve it? But of this he said nothing. He resolved to render every assistance. This vile thing was the work of earthly hands, and earthly ingenuity could solve it. Never was there cipher invented that was incapable of solution. Geoffrey drew Vera to his side and kissed her passionately. For a little time she lay in his arms in absolute content. Her smiling eyes were clear, her features placid. In any case, she feared no unseen danger. There must be some great sheltering power behind her, or she had never looked so sweet and placid as that. "I could not do without you, darling," Geoffrey said. "And you are not going to do without me," Vera smiled. "There is much yet to be done, but it is going to be accomplished, dearest. Something tells me that the hour of our freedom is at hand. And something also tells me, Jeff, that you are going to have a great deal to do with it." They came back at length up the slope leading to the castle, and there Ralph came upon them in his own noiseless, mysterious fashion. He clung to them until Vera had entered the house, and then led Geoffrey to the terrace. "There is nobody within earshot of us?" he demanded. Geoffrey assured him that there was not. He was impressed with the earnestness of his uncle's manner. He had never seen him so moved before. "Is there anything I can do for you?" he asked. "Much," was the whispered reply, "if you are bold and resolute." I am. I would lay down my life as the martyrs of old did to solve the mystery." "Ah," Ralph said in a dry, croaking whisper, "I felt sure I could trust you. There is great danger, and it is near. In that danger I want a pair of eyes. Lend me yours." "Dear uncle, I will do anything you please." "Good. I like the ring in your voice. At 11:30 tonight I will come to your room. There I will confide in you. Till then, absolute silence." End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Mystery of the Ravenspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Another Stroke in the Darkness. Contrary to the usual custom, there was almost a marked cheerfulness at Ravenspur the same evening. The dread seemed to have lifted slightly, though nobody could say why, even if they cared to analyze, which they certainly did not. And all this because it had seemed to the doomed race that Vera was marked down for destruction, and that the tragedy, the pitiful tragedy, had been averted. It is hardly possible to imagine a state of mind like this, and Vera half divined the reason for this gentle gaiety. She might have told them differently had she chosen to do so, but for many reasons she refrained. She did not even tell her mother. Why draw the veil aside when even a few hours' peace stood between them and the terror which, sooner or later, must sap the reason of everyone there? Besides, Uncle Ralph had pledged her to the utmost secrecy. For once Rupert Ravenspur had abandoned his stony air. He sat at the head of the long table in the dining room, where the lamplight streamed upon fruit and flowers and crystal, upon priceless china and silver from the finest workshops in the world. Grinling Gibbons and Inigo Jones had toiled in that dining hall as a labor of love. A famous master had painted the loves of the angels on the roof. Between the oak panels were paintings by Van Dyck, Cuyp, and the rest of them, and over the floor servants in livery moved swiftly. Rupert Ravenspur might have been a monarch entertaining some of his favorite subjects. It was almost impossible to believe that a great sorrow could be brooding here. There was everything that the heart of the most luxurious could demand. Strangers might have looked on and envied. But the stately old man who called all this his own would gladly have changed lots with the humblest hind of the estate. Now and then Rupert came out of his reverie and smiled. But his tenderest smile and his warmest word were for Vera, who he had placed on his right hand. Now and again he stroked her hair or touched her fingers gently. Marian watched the scene with a tender smile on her lips. Only Ralph Ravenspur was silent. He sat with his sightless eyes fixed on space. He seemed to be listening intently, listening to something far away that could be heard by his ears alone. Geoffrey touched him. "A penny for your thoughts, uncle," he said. "They are worth nothing," Ralph replied. "And if I sold them to you for a penny, you would give all Ravenspur Castle and your coming fortune to be rid of them." He croaked this out in a fierce whisper. There was a ring of pain in his voice, that pain which is the suffering of the soul rather than the body. Yet he did not relax his rigid listening attitude. He might have been waiting for the unseen foe. The conversation proceeded fitfully, sometimes almost lively, anon lapsing into silence. It was hard for these people to speak. They had no interests outside the castle. They found it impossible to follow social or political life. Daily papers arrived, but it was seldom that they were looked into. The dinner came to an end at length, and then the family circle drew round the fire. Ravenspur was one of those big cold places where fires are always needed. Mrs. Gordon rose and walked to the door. Her husband's eyes followed her. These two were gray and old before their time, but the flame of love still burned bright and clear. "You will not be long, dear," Gordon Ravenspur said. A somewhat sentimental remark in the ordinary way, but not in this place, where the parting of a minute might mean parting for all time. Mrs. Gordon smiled back upon her husband. "I am going to bed," she said. "Never mind me. I feel sleepy." Gordon Ravenspur nodded sympathetically. He knew what his wife meant, as if she had put her thoughts into words. She had been terribly upset over Vera, and now that the danger was past, a heavy reaction set in. "Why should we sit here like this?" Geoffrey exclaimed. "Vera and Marian, I'll play you two a game at billiards. Come along." Marian smilingly declined. She touched the back of Ravenspur's wasted hand. "I am going to stay here just for a few minutes and take care of grandfather," she said. "Then I will go to bed. Give Vera 20 in 100, and I will bet you a pair of gloves that she beats you easily." The young people went off together, and in the excitement of the game other things were forgotten. Vera played well, and Geoffrey had all his work cut out to beat her. Finally, Vera ran out with a succession of brilliant flukes. "Well, of all the luck!" Geoffrey cried. "Let's play another game, but after that exhibition of yours, I must have a cigarette. Wait a moment." The cigarettes were not in their accustomed place. Geoffrey ran up the stairs to his bedroom. He passed along the dusky corridor on his return. In the gallery all was dark and still, save for something that sounded like two figures in muffling velvet robes dancing together. It seemed to Geoffrey that he could actually hear them breathing after their exertions. With a quickening of his heart, he stopped to listen. Surely somebody buried under many thick folds of cloth was calling for assistance. "Who is there?" Geoffrey called. "Where are you?" "Just under the Lely portrait," came a stifled response. "If you don't—" The voice ceased. In that instant, Geoffrey had recognized it as Aunt Gordon's voice. Heedless of danger to himself, he raced down the corridor, his thin evening pumps making little or no noise on the polished floor. Nor had Geoffrey lived here all these years for nothing. He could have found the spot indicated blindfolded. He could see nothing, but he could hear the struggle going on. Then he caught the flash of something that looked like a blue diamond. It must have been attached to a hand, but no hand was to be seen. Geoffrey caught at nothingness and grasped something warm and palpitating. He had the mysterious assailant in his grip. Perhaps he held the whole mystery here. He heard footsteps pattering along the corridor as Mrs. Gordon ran for assistance. He called out to her, and she answered him. She was safe. There was no doubt about that. No longer was there any need for caution on Geoffrey's part. His fingers closed on a thin, scraggy throat from which the flesh seemed to hang like strips of dried leather. At the same time, the throat was cold and clammy and slippery, as if with some horrible slime. It was almost impossible to keep a grip on it. Moreover, the mysterious visitor, if slight, was possessed of marvelous agility and vitality. But Geoffrey fought on with the tenacity of one who plays for a great end. He closed in again and bore the foe backwards. He had him at last. If he could only hold on till assistance came, the dread secret might be unfolded. Then the figure took something from his pocket. The air was filled with a pungent, sickly, sweet odor, and Geoffrey felt his strength going from him. He was powerless to move a limb. One of those greasy hands gripped his throat. In a vague, intangible way, Geoffrey knew that overpowering, blinding odor was the same stuff that had come so near to ending the head of the family. If he breathed it much longer, his own end was come. He made one other futile struggle and heard approaching footsteps. He caught the gleaming circle of a knife blade swiftly uplifted, and his antagonist gave a whimper of pain as a frightened animal might do. The grip relaxed, and Geoffrey staggered to the floor. "That was a narrow escape," a hoarse voice said. "Uncle Ralph," Geoffrey panted, "how did you get here? And where has the fellow gone?" "I was close at hand," Ralph said coolly. "A minute or two sooner, and I might have saved Gordon's wife, instead of your doing it. See, is there blood on this knife?" He handed a box of matches to Geoffrey. The long, carved Malay blade was dripping with crimson, but there were no signs of it on the floor. "Let us follow him," Geoffrey cried eagerly. "He can't be far away." But Ralph did not move. His face was expressionless once more. He did not appear to be in the least interested or excited. "It is useless," he said in his dull, mechanical tones. For in this matter you are as blind as I am. There are things beyond your comprehension. I am going down to see what is happening below. He began to feel his way to the staircase, Geoffrey following. Are we never going to do anything? The younger man exclaimed passionately. Yes, yes, patience, lad. The day of reckoning is coming as sure as I stand before you. But to follow your late antagonist is futile. You might as well try to beat the wind that carries away your hat on a stormy day. Mrs. Gordon sat in the dining hall, pale, ashen, and trembling from head to foot. It seemed as if an ague had fallen upon her. Every now and then a short hysterical laugh escaped her lips, more horrible and more impressive than any outbreak of fear or passion. And yet there was nothing to be done, nothing to be said. They could only look at her with moist eyes and a yearning sympathy that was beyond all words. It will pass, Mrs. Gordon said faintly. We all have our trials, and mine are no worse than the rest. Gordon, take me to bed. She passed up the stairs, leaning on the arm of her husband. Time was when these things demanded vivid explanations. They were too significant now. Ralph crept fumblingly over the floor till he stood by Marian's side. He touched her hand. He seemed to know where to find it. The hand was wet. Ralph touched her cheek. You are crying, he said, gently for him. Yes, Marian admitted softly. Oh, if I could only do anything to help. If you only knew how my heart goes out to these poor people. And yet it may be your turn next, Marian. But I hope not, I hope not. We could not lose the only sunshine in the house. Marian choked down a sob. When she turned to Ralph again, he was far off, feeling his way along the room, feeling always for the clue to the secret. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Mystery of the Ravenspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Geoffrey is put to the test. The house was quiet at last. When these mysterious things had first happened, fear and alarm had driven sleep from every eye, and many was the long night the whole family had spent huddled around the fire till gray morn chased their fears away. But as the inhabitants of a beleaguered city learn to sleep through a heavy bombardment, so had the Ravenspurs come to meet these horrors with grim tenacity. They were all upstairs now, behind locked doors, with a hope that they might meet again on the morrow. Only Geoffrey was up, waiting for his Uncle Ralph. He came at length so noiselessly that Geoffrey was startled, and motioned to him that he should follow him without a word. They crept like ghosts along the corridor until they reached a room with double doors at the end of the picture gallery. Generations ago, this room had been built for a Ravenspur who had developed dangerous homicidal mania, and in this room he had lived virtually a prisoner for many years. After they had closed the two doors, a heavy curtain was drawn over the inner one, and Ralph fumbled his way to the table and lighted a candle. Now we can talk, he said quietly, but not loud. Understand that the matter is to be a profound secret between us, and that not a soul is to know of it, not even Vera. I have already given my promise, said Geoffrey. I know. Still, there is no harm in again impressing the fact on your mind. Geoffrey, you are about to see strange things, things that will test your pluck and courage to the uttermost." Geoffrey nodded. With the eagerness of youth, he was ready. "I will do anything you ask me," he replied. "I could face any danger to get at the bottom of this business." "You are a good lad. Turn the lamp down very low, and then open the window. Have you done that?" "Yes, I can feel the cold air on my face." Ralph crossed to the window, and putting out his hand, gave the quaint, mournful call of the owl. There was a minute's pause, and then came the answering signal. A minute or two later, and a man's head and shoulders were framed in the open window. Geoffrey would have dashed forward, but Ralph held him back. "Not so impatient," he said. "This is a friend." Geoffrey asked no questions, though he was puzzled to know why the visitor did not enter the castle by the usual way. At Ralph's request, he closed the window and drew the heavy curtains, and the lamp was turned up again. "My nephew," said Ralph. "A fine young fellow, and one that you and I can trust. Geoffrey, this is my old friend, Sergius Jigorski." Geoffrey shook hands with Jigorski. To his intense surprise, he saw the face of the stranger was disfigured in the same way as that of his uncle. Conscious that his gaze was somewhat rude, he looked down. Jigorski smiled. Very little escaped him, and to him the young man's mind was as clear as a brook. "My appearance startles you," he said. "Some day you will learn how your uncle and myself came to be both disfigured in this terrible way. That secret will be disclosed when the horror that haunts this house is lifted." "Will it ever be lifted, sir?" Geoffrey asked. "We can do so at any time," Jigorski replied in his deep voice. "You may be surprised to hear that we can place our hand on the guilty party at a moment's notice and bring the offender to justice. Your eyes ask me why we do not do so instantly. We refrain, as the detectives refrain from arresting one or two of a big gang of swindlers, preferring to spread their nets till they have them all in their meshes. There are 4 people in this business, and we must take the lot of them, or there will be no peace for the house of Ravenspur. You follow me?" "Perfectly," Geoffrey replied. "An enemy so marvelously clever must not be treated lightly. Do you propose to make the capture tonight?" Ralph Ravenspur laughed. It was not a pleasant laugh, and was mirthless. His scarred face was full of scornful amusement. "Not tonight, or tomorrow night, or for many nights," he said. "We have all the serpent wisdom of the old world against us, the occult knowledge of the East allied to the slippery cunning that Western education gives. There will be many dangers before we have finished, and the worst of these dangers will fall upon you." Ralph brought his hand down with a sudden clap on his nephew's shoulders. Jigorski regarded him long and earnestly, as if he would read his very soul. "You will do," he said curtly. "I am satisfied you will do, and I never made a mistake in my estimate of a man yet. Ravenspur, are you ready?" "Aye, aye. I have been ready this long time." The lamp was extinguished, and list slippers were donned, and with no more provisions than a box of wax matches, they left the room. Instructed by Ralph Ravenspur, they fell behind him, each holding by the coat tail of the other. Down the corridor they went, down the stairs, along stone-flagged passages, until they reached the vast series of cellars and vaults over which the castle was built. There were many of these, with twists and turns and low passages. The place was large enough to conceal a big force of troops. And yet, though it was pitchy dark and intricate as a labyrinth, the blind man made no error. He did not hesitate for a moment. Well as Geoffrey imagined that he knew the castle, he was fain to confess his utter ignorance alongside the knowledge displayed by the blind guide. Ralph pulled up suddenly and began to speak. "I brought you here tonight, Geoffrey," he said, "so that you might have the first lesson in the task that lies before you. Listen, can you hear anything?" "I hear the roar of the sea, the waves grating on the shingle." "Yes, because we are on a level with the sea. There are deeper vaults yet, which you will see presently, and they are below the level of the sea. Our ancestors used to place their prisoners there, and by removing a kind of sluice, allowed the tide to come in and drown them. You see, those walls are damp." They were, indeed. As a wax vesta flared up, the dripping stones and the long white fungi gave the place a weird appearance. Then Ralph dropped suddenly, extinguished his match, and drew his companions behind a row of cupboard-like timbers. "Somebody is coming," he whispered. The others could hear nothing, but the blind man's power of hearing were abnormal. It seemed a long time before the sound of footsteps could be heard. Then a figure in white, a fair figure with long shining hair hanging down her back and carrying a taper, crept down the steps. An exclamation trembled on Geoffrey's lips, an exclamation of alarm, of admiration, of the utmost astonishment. But Ralph laid a hand on his mouth. The figure passed into the vault beyond. "It was Marian," said Geoffrey in a thrilling whisper. "And yet it did not look like Marian. She seemed so dreamy, so far off." "She was walking in her sleep," Ralph said quietly. "But the danger of it, the danger!" "My dear boy, there is no danger at all. Blind as I am, I found out this peculiarity of Marian's directly I returned. Danger to her! I would not have a hair of her head injured to save Ravenspur from destruction. Geoffrey, it is through Marian, and Marian alone, that we are going to solve the mystery." "Aye," Tchigorsky muttered. "That is so." Ralph raised his hand to impose silence. The soft returning footfalls were clear to the ears. Then, rigid, unbending, with dilated eyes, Marian passed, the flash of the lantern behind her. "Come," said Ralph, "let us return. A good night's work, Tchigorsky." "Aye," Tchigorsky murmured. "A good night's work indeed." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Mystery of the Ravenspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Reeling Off the Thread. It was fortunate for all parties that Geoffrey was possessed of strong nerves, or he would have been certain to betray himself and them. Since he had left school at the time when the unseen terror first began to oppress Ravenspur, he had known nothing of the world. He had learnt nothing beyond the power to suffer silently and the power of love. To confide in him was, perhaps, a daring thing on the part of Ralph Ravenspur. But then Ralph knew his world only too deeply and too well, and he rarely made a mistake in a man. All the same, he followed as closely as possible the meeting between Marian and Geoffrey the following morning. Marian came down a little pale, a little quieter, and more subdued than usual. Geoffrey rallied her in the spirit of mingled amusement and affection that he always assumed to Marian. His voice was natural and unaffected. Ralph was grimly satisfied. He knew now that his ally had brains as well as courage. "I believe you have been sitting up writing poetry," Geoffrey laughed. "Indeed, I had a very long night's rest," Marian responded, "and I can't imagine why I look so pale and washed out this morning." "Bad dreams and an evil conscience," Vera suggested demurely. Marian laughed. Usually at meal times, the young people had the conversation entirely to themselves. Sometimes the elders joined in. Sometimes they listened and smiled at the empty badinage. Usually they were wrapped in their gloomy thoughts. Ralph's face had the expression of a stone idol, yet he followed every word that was said with intense and vivid interest. "Bad dreams, indeed," Marian admitted. "They were with me all night. It seemed to me that I was wandering about all night looking for something, and I had nothing on but my night-dress. In India, as a child, I used to walk in my sleep. I hope I am not going to do that again." Marian laughed and passed on to another subject. Curiously enough, she seemed to shrink from speaking of her life in India. Of her dead parents she would discourse freely. Of her own early life she said nothing. It had always seemed to Geoffrey that Marian's childhood had been unhappy. There was an air of gentle melancholy when her features were in repose, an air far older than her years. Meanwhile, Ralph had been following all this keenly. He appeared to be interested in his breakfast. The streaming sunshine filtered through the great stained-glass windows, full upon his scarred face. His head was bent down upon his plate. But the man's mind was at work. He had his opportunity to speak to Geoffrey presently. "You will do," he said approvingly. "Keep up that easy, cheerful manner of yours. Whatever happens, try to ignore it. Try to keep up that irresponsible, boyish manner. You will find it invaluable in disarming suspicion later, when one false move may dash all our delicate plans to the ground." "I will do anything you require of me, uncle." "That is right. That is the spirit in which to approach the problem. And remember that what may appear to you to be the most trivial detail may prove to be of the utmost importance to our case. For instance, I am going to ask you to do something now that may produce big results. I want you to get your grandfather's permission to use the top room over the tower." "But what can I want it for? It is useless to me." "At present, yes, but later it will be useful. You require it for an observatory. You are going to try to repair the big telescope. You are enthusiastic on the subject. You are hot-foot to get to work at once. There is nothing but lumber there." "Boxes belonging to Marian, uncle. Cases that have remained unpacked ever since she came over from India." Ralph smiled in his most inscrutable manner. "Mere trifles," he croaked. "But there, I am one of the men who deny there are such things as trifles. You may lose a pin out of your watch, a trifle hardly visible to the eye a yard off. And yet your costly watch, with its marvelous mechanism, is useless without that trifle. Now go." An hour later, and Geoffrey was busy in the corridor with the big telescope, the telescope that nobody had troubled about at Ravenspur for many years. Geoffrey, in his shirt sleeves, was polishing up the brasses. Vera was with her mother somewhere. There had been no trouble in getting permission from Rupert Ravenspur. It was doubtful if he even heard Geoffrey's request. Everything the young people asked, they got as a rule. Why not, when a day might cut off their lives and their little pleasures for all time? The head of the family was fast becoming a fatalist. So far as he was concerned, there was no hope that the terror would ever lift. He had escaped once. The next time the foe would not fail. But there would be rest in the grave. Marian found Geoffrey in the corridor. The yellow and purple lights from the leaded windows filled the place with a soft, warm glow. Marian's dark hair was shot with purple. Her white dress, as she lounged in a window seat, was turned to gold. She formed a wonderfully fair and attractive picture, if Geoffrey had only heeded it. But then Geoffrey had no eyes for anyone but Vera. "What are you going to do?" Marian asked. "Read your fortune in the stars? Get inspiration from the heavenly bodies to combat the power of darkness?" "I'm going to have a shot at astronomy again," Geoffrey replied, in his most boyish and most enthusiastic manner. "I was considered a bit of swell at it at school, and when I saw this jolly old telescope lying neglected here, I made up my mind to polish my knowledge. I'm going to set it up in the tower turret." "But it is full of boxes, my boxes." "Well, there is plenty of room for those boxes elsewhere. In fact, we've got space enough to give every box a room to itself. There is an empty bedroom just below. Presently I'm going to shunt all your lumber in there." Marian nodded approvingly. Of course, if Geoffrey said a thing, it was done. He might have turned the castle upside down, and the girls would have aided and abetted him. "I should like to be present when those boxes are moved," she said. "There are hundreds of rare and curious things that belong to my mother, things that the British Museum would long to possess. Remember, my ancestors were rulers in Tibet for thousands of years. Some day I'll show you my curios. But don't begin to move those boxes till I am ready to assist." "I shall not be ready for an hour, Marian." "Very well, then. I shall be back in an hour, astronomer." Geoffrey finished his work presently. Then he ran up to the turret room and opened the door. The place was dusty and dirty to a degree, and filled with packing cases. Apparently they were all of foreign make, wooden boxes with queer inscriptions, lacquered boxes, and one fragile wooden box, clamped and decorated in filigree brass. "A queer thing," Geoffrey murmured, "and old, very old, too." "Over 1,000 years. There is only one more like it in the world, and no Christian eyes, save 4, have ever looked upon it. When you take that box from the room, see that it is the last, Geoffrey, you hear?" It was Ralph who spoke. He had appeared silently and mysteriously as usual. He spoke calmly, but his twitching lips were eloquent of suppressed excitement. "Very well," Geoffrey said carelessly. He was getting used to these strange, quick appearances and these equally strange requests. "It shall be as you desire, uncle." Ralph nodded. He gave a swift turn of his head, as if looking for someone unconsciously. Then he crossed the room and stooped down beside the brass-bound box, which was at the bottom of a pile of packages. His long fingers felt over the quaint brasses. "A most remarkable-looking pattern," said Geoffrey. "It is not a pattern at all," Ralph replied. "The quaint filigree work is a language, the written signs of old Tibet, only you are not supposed to know that. Indeed, I only found it out myself a few days ago. It had been a long search, but as I can only see with my fingers, you can understand that. But this is part of the secret." Geoffrey was profoundly interested. "Tell me what the language says," he asked. "Not now. Perhaps not at all. It is a ghastly and terrible thing, and even your nerves are not fireproof. There is only one thing I have to ask you before I efface myself for the present. When you take up that box to carry it downstairs, it is to slip through your fingers. You are to drop it." "I am to drop that box? Is there anything else?" "Not for the present. You are smiling. I feel that you are smiling. For heaven's sake, take this seriously. Take everything that I say seriously, boy. Oh, I know what is in your mind. I am going in a clumsy way to get something. I might so easily get what I require by a little judicious burglary. That is what your unsophisticated mind tells you. Later you will know better." Ralph turned cheerfully around and left the room. He paused in the doorway. "Don't forget," he said, "that my visit here is a secret. In fact, everything is a secret until I give you permission to make it public." This time he left. Geoffrey had managed to drag one or two of the boxes away before Marian appeared. She reproached him gently that he had not waited for her. There might be spooks and boogies in those packages capable of harm. "I dare say there are," Geoffrey laughed. "But you were such a long time. Every girl seems to imagine that an hour is like a piece of elastic. You can stretch it out as long as you like. At any rate, I have done no harm. As far as I can judge, there's only one good thing here." "And what is that?" Marian asked. Geoffrey pointed to the floor. "That one," he said. "The queer brass-bound box at the bottom." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Mystery of the Ravenspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. It Might Be You. Marian caught her breath quickly. The marble pallor of her face showed up more strongly against her dark hair. Geoffrey caught the look, and his eyes grew sympathetic. "What's the matter, little girl?" he asked. "It isn't like you to faint." "Neither am I going to faint, Jeff. But I had forgotten all about that box. I cannot go into details, for there are some things that we don't talk about to anybody. But that box is connected with rather an unhappy time in my youth." "Hundreds of years ago," Geoffrey said flippantly. "Oh, but it is no laughing matter, I assure you. When my mother was a child, she was surrounded by all the craft and superstition of her race and religion. That was long before she got converted and married my father. I don't know how it was managed, but my mother never quite broke with her people, and once or twice, when she went to stay in Tibet, I accompanied her. My mother used to get restless at times, and then nothing would do but a visit to Tibet. And yet, at other times, nobody could possibly have told her from a European with foreign blood in her veins. For months and months she would be as English as you and I. Then the old fit would come over her. There was not a cleverer or more brilliant woman in India than my mother. When she died, she gave me these things, and I was not to part with them. And much as I should like to disobey, I cannot break that promise." It seemed to Geoffrey that Marian spoke more regretfully than feelingly. He had never heard her say so much regarding her mother before. Affectionate and tender as Marian was, there was not the least trace of these characteristics in her tone now. "Did you really love your mother?" Geoffrey asked suddenly. "I always obeyed her," Marian stammered, "and I'd rather not discuss the subject, Jeff. Oh, they were bad people, my mother's ancestors. They possessed occult knowledge far beyond anything known or dreamt of by the wisest Western savants. They could remove people mysteriously. They could strike at a long distance. They could wield unseen terrors, such as the terror that hangs over Ravenspur, for instance." Marian smiled sadly. Her manner changed suddenly, and she was her old self again. "Enough of horrors," she said. "I came here to help you. Come along." The boxes were carried below until only the brass-bound one remained. Geoffrey stooped to lift it. The wood was light and thin. The brasswork was the merest tracing. A sudden guilty feeling came over Geoffrey as he raised it shoulder high. He felt half inclined to defy his Uncle Ralph and take the consequences. It seemed a mean advantage, a paltry gratifying of what, after all, might be mere curiosity. But the vivid recollection of those strained, sightless eyes rose before him. Ralph Ravenspur was not the man to possess the petty vice of irrepressible curiosity. Had it not been a woman he had to deal with, and Marian at that, Geoffrey would not have hesitated for a moment. Down below in the hall he heard the hollow rasp of Ralph's voice. Geoffrey made up his mind grimly. He seemed to stumble forward, and the box fell from his shoulder, crashing down on the stone floor. The force of the shock simply shivered it in pieces. A great nest of grass and feathers dropped out, and from the inside a large mass of strange objects appeared. "I am very sorry," Geoffrey stammered after the box had fallen. "Never mind," she said. "Accidents will happen." But Geoffrey was wrapped in the contemplation of what he saw before him. Some score or more of ivory discs, each of which contained some painting. Many of them appeared to be portraits. Geoffrey picked up one of them and examined it curiously. He was regarding an ivory circle with a dark face upon it, the face of a beautiful fury. "Why, this is you!" Geoffrey cried. "If you could only give way to a furious passion, it is you to the life." "I had forgotten that," Marian gasped. "Of course it is not me. See how old and stained the ivory is. Hundreds of years old it must be. Don't ask any more questions, but go down and throw that thing in the sea. Never speak of the subject again." Geoffrey promised. He strode out of the house and along the terrace. As he was descending the steps, a hand touched his arm. Ralph stood there. "Give it me," he said, "at once." "Give you what, uncle?" "That ivory thing you have in your pocket. I felt certain it was there. Give it to me. Assume you have cast it over the cliffs. Marian will be satisfied." "But I promised Marian that—" "Oh, I know. And if you knew everything, you would not hesitate for a moment to comply with my request." "Uncle, I cannot do this thing." A hard expression came over Ralph's face. "Listen," he said in his rasping voice. "The lives and happiness of all of us are at stake. The very existence of the woman you love is in your hands." "I have schemed for this," he said. "I expected it. And now you are going to balk me. It is not as if I did not know what you possess." "That is because you must have overheard my conversation with Marian." "I admit it," Ralph said coolly. "I listened, of course. But you found it, and I heard what I expected. It is for you to say whether the truth comes out or not." "The truth! The truth!" Geoffrey cried passionately. "It must out." "Then give me that miniature. I'll ask you on my knees if you like." There was an imploring ring in the speaker's voice. Geoffrey hesitated. "If no harm is to come to Marian," he said, "I might break my word." Ralph gripped him by the arm convulsively. "I swear it," he whispered. "On my honor be it. Have I not told you before that not for all Ravenspur would I have a hair of that girl's head injured? If ever a man in this world meant anything, I mean that. The miniature, come." And Geoffrey, with a sigh, handed the ivory disc to Ralph. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Mystery of the Ravenspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. Ralph Ravenspur's Conceit. "I should like to know why you wanted the ivory picture." It was Geoffrey who asked the question. He and Ralph Ravenspur were moving along the lanes that led up to the cliffs. They were deep lanes with overhanging edges on either side, lanes where it was not easy for two conveyances to pass. "I dare say you would," Ralph replied, "but not at present. In due course you must know everything. Geoffrey, you are fond of novel reading?" "Yes, especially books of the Gaboriau type. And yet in all my reading I never knew a more thrilling mystery than that of the ivory portrait." "You had a good look at it, then?" "Of course I did. The likeness to Marian was amazing. It might have been her own photograph on the ivory. It was the same, yet not the same. Marian transformed to an avenging fury." "An ancestress of hers, no doubt?" "Of course. The idea of it being Marian herself is out of the question." "That you may dismiss at once," Ralph said. "The age of the medallion proves that, and Marian is an angel." "She is. Uncle Ralph, I am fearfully puzzled. What can Marian's queer ancestors and all that kind of thing have to do with our family terror?" Ralph declined to say, beyond the fact that there was a connection. A horseman was coming pounding down the lane, and he stepped aside instinctively. "Jessup," he murmured. "I can tell by the trot of his horse." Jessup, one of the farmers on the estate, it was. Geoffrey regarded his companion admiringly. He seemed to be able to dispense with the eyes altogether. A long course of training in woodcraft stood him in good stead now. The apple-cheeked farmer pulled up so as to pass the squires at a walking pace. "Morning, Jessup," Geoffrey cried cheerfully. "Where are you going dressed in your best? And what are you doing with that feminine-looking box?" The big man grinned sheepishly. "Riding into town," he explained. "Fact is, Mrs. and myself have got a lodger, a great lady, who's taken our drawing-room and 2 bedrooms. They do say it's going to be the fashion for the quality to spend their holidays right in the country. It's a rare help to us these hard times." Ralph Ravenspur turned round suddenly upon his nephew. "Is it a fact?" he demanded. "Is it as Jessup says?" "I believe so," Geoffrey replied. "I know that for the last 5 years the influx of visitors along this lonely coast has been steadily growing. It seems to have become quite the thing for good-class people to take cottages and farmhouses miles away from everywhere, but I have not heard of any of our tenants having them before." "I be the first here, sir," Jessup replied. "The lady came over and said she had been recommended to come to us. Not as I wanted her at first, but 6 guineas a week for 2 months ain't to be despised. But the lady has a power of parcels to be fetched and carried, surely. That's why I'm off to town." Jessup touched his hat and rode on. For a time Ralph was silent. "It's some time since I last visited an English watering place," he said, "and Scarborough was the spot in question. We had a furnished house there one season, a good house, well furnished and beautifully situated. We paid £8 a week for it, and it was considered to be a lot of money. Don't you think that Jessup's lodger must be a very extravagant kind of woman?" Geoffrey laughed. Like most young men born to the purple, he had a light estimate of the value of money. "Now you come to think of it, perhaps so," he said. "Over at Brigg, the farmers fancy they do well if they get 10 shillings a room for the week." Again Ralph was thoughtful. He and his companion came up out of the lane, and then it dawned upon Geoffrey that the other had turned, not toward the cliffs, as arranged, but inland in the direction of Jessup's farm. There was a long, deep lane to the west side of the stone farmhouse, into which Ralph turned. From a gap in the hedge, a peep into the garden could be obtained. There was a trim lawn bordered by old-fashioned flowers. 2 bay windows led from the house to the garden. These bay windows led from the showrooms of the house, rooms never opened except on state occasions. The house might have been made fit for anybody with very little alteration. Ralph sat down on the grass and slowly filled an aged black pipe. "I'm going to smoke here while you see Mrs. Jessup. I have a fancy to find out all about this fashionable lady who buries herself in the country like this. Call it curiosity if you like, but do as I ask you. If you can see the lady, so much the better." Geoffrey agreed cheerfully. A moment or two later, and he was gossiping with the buxom farmer's wife in the kitchen, a glass of amber home-brewed ale before him. He was a favorite with the tenantry, and none the less beloved because of the cloud that was hanging over him. "It does one's eyes good to see you again, Mr. Geoffrey," Mrs. Jessup cried. "And you so cheerful and bright and all, dear, dear. I'm main sorry I can't ask you in the parlor, but we've got a lodger." "So Jessup told me. Not that I don't feel far more comfortable here. And what may your distinguished visitor be like, Mrs. Jessup?" "Dark and handsome, and dressed over so. Might be a princess who had just slipped off her throne. And clever. She has books and books, some in languages that look like Chinese puzzles. Some great society dame, no doubt." "I shouldn't be surprised, Mr. Geoffrey. But not English, I should fancy, though she speaks the language as well as you or I. And simple, too. Just tea and toast for breakfast, with a little meat and rice for luncheon, and dinner with stewed fruit. And she never drinks anything but water. What she spends a week in food wouldn't keep one of our laborers. And she had pounds worth of hothouse flowers sent from York every day. Mrs. Jessup paused. There was a rustling of something rich, and a lady entered the kitchen. Geoffrey rose instantly from the table upon which he had been seated. He saw a tall woman who might have been anything between 30 and 50 years of age, a woman of great beauty. It was the hard, commanding style of beauty that men call regal. She might have been a queen, but for the faint suggestion of the adventuress about her. To Geoffrey's bow, she made the slightest possible haughty recognition. "I'm going out, Mrs. Jessup," she said. "I shall be back to luncheon. If a telegram should happen to come for me, I shall be along the cliffs between here and Bowhaven." She flashed out of the kitchen, all rustling and gleaming, and leaving the faint suggestion of some intoxicating perfume behind her. And yet, notwithstanding her proud indifference, it seemed to Geoffrey that she had regarded him with more than passing interest for just the moment. "She is very beautiful," he said. "She is a total stranger to me, and yet she reminds me of somebody else, somebody whose name I can't recall, but who is totally different. It is a strange sort of feeling that I cannot explain." "She's interested for all her haughtiness," said Mrs. Jessup. "I'm sure if she has asked me one question about your family, she has asked 1,000. Geoffrey strolled away round the house. There was a short cut to the place where Ralph was seated, and this short cut lay along the lawn. Geoffrey's feet made no noise. As he passed the window of the sitting-room, he looked in. The place was full of flowers, white flowers, everywhere. There were azaleas and geraniums and carnations, with delicate foliage of tender green, thousands of blooms, arranged wherever a specimen glass or a bowl could go. Standing with his back to the window, a man was arranging them, and the man was a Hindu or other Eastern, one of the men Geoffrey had seen going through that queer incantation on the cliffs. Strange, more than strange, that Mrs. Jessup had said nothing of him. Geoffrey prudently slipped away before he had been seen. He found his uncle doggedly smoking under the hedge. He looked like patience personified. "Well," he said, "have you anything wonderful to relate?" "Pretty well," Geoffrey replied. "To begin with, I have actually seen the lady." "Ah, but go on. Tell me everything. Everything, mind, to the minutest detail." Geoffrey proceeded to explain. Whether he was interesting his listener or not, he could not tell, for Ralph had assumed his most wooden expression. Indeed, a casual spectator would have said that he was not paying the slightest attention. Then he began to ask questions, in a languid way, but Geoffrey could see that they were all to the point. "I should not be surprised," he said, "if the man you saw in the house was one of the men you saw on the cliffs. Mrs. Jessup said nothing about him, because she knew nothing. So he was arranging the lady's flowers. What flowers?" "Azaleas and carnations and geraniums. Nothing else." "Well, there may be worse taste, if there can be bad taste with flowers. Any color?" "Yes, they were all white. I was a little surprised at that, considering that the lady was so dark and Eastern-looking." Of course you ascertained her name? Indeed, I did nothing of the kind. I forgot all about it. But I had a good look at her, and the description I gave you is quite correct. Uncle, I don't want to seem unduly curious, but I fancy you expected to find this lady here." Ralph rose to his feet slowly and knocked out the ashes of his pipe. He turned his face toward the castle. "I am not altogether surprised," he said. Not another word was said for some time. Ralph appeared to be deeply cogitating, so deeply that Geoffrey asked of what he was thinking. "I was thinking," Ralph said slowly, yet dryly, and with the same dense manner, "that a pair of dark, gold-rimmed glasses would improve my personal appearance." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Mystery of the Ravenspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. The White Flowers. Surely enough, when Ralph Ravenspur came into the great hall where tea was being served, he was wearing a pair of dark glasses with gold rims. Slight as the alteration was in itself, it changed him almost beyond recognition. He had been doing something to his face also, for the disfiguring scar had practically disappeared. As he came feeling his way to a chair, the slight thread of conversation snapped altogether. "Don't mind me," he said quietly. "You will get used to the change, and you cannot deny it is a change for the better. One of the causes leading to this vanity was a remark I overheard on the part of one of the servants. She expressed the opinion that I should look better in glasses. That opinion I shared. I have no doubt the maid was correct." All this was uttered in the dry, soft, caustic manner Ralph constantly affected. Nobody answered, mostly because it was assumed that no reply was expected. With a cup of tea in his hand, Ralph began to speak of other things. Leading from the hall was a big conservatory. Here Marian was busy among her flowers. She was singing gently as she snipped a bud here and there, and Vera was helping her. Curled up in a leisure chair, Geoffrey was absorbed in a book. The smoke from his cigarette circled around his head. Ralph placed his cup down again and felt his way into the conservatory. He stood in the doorway listening to the controversy going on beyond. "I don't fancy I shall like it," said Vera. "It will be too cold, too funereal." "My dear child," Marian cried, "then we will abandon the idea. Only don't forget that it was your own suggestion. You said it would look chaste." "Did I really? Then I had forgotten about it, and we are not going to abandon the idea. It shall not be said that I change my mind like a weathercock. The flowers on the dinner table tonight are all going to be white." Marian paused in the act of cutting a lily. "I don't fancy I would," she urged. "After all, second thoughts are best. White flowers on a table do suggest a funeral, that is, if they are all white. And in an unfortunate house like this, anything melancholy is to be discouraged. I think I will throw these blooms away." "You will do nothing of the kind," Vera cried. "White it shall be, and you and I shall arrange them in the best possible style. Why, you have enough already. Come along, and we'll fix up the table at once. Uncle Ralph, how you startled me." "Did I?" Ralph said coolly. I fancy it is my mission in life to startle people. What have you two been quarreling about?" "We were not quarreling," Vera replied. "Marian insists that white flowers on a dinner table are cold and chilly, not to say funereal. I say they are chaste and elegant. And to prove that I am right, the table tonight will be decorated with white flowers." "Not with my consent," Marian laughed. "I have set my face dead against the whole business. But spoiled Vera always gets her own way." Vera smiled as she passed on with an armful of the nodding white flowers. Ralph passed slowly into the conservatory and closed the stained-glass door behind him. Then he crossed the tile floor rapidly, as if his eyes were all that could be desired, and slipped up a glass panel at the far end of the conservatory. From this point there was a sheer fall down the cliffs on the hard sandy beach below. "Just the same," Ralph muttered. "Nothing altered, and just as easy." He crossed the tiles again and passed into the great stone-flagged hall in his slow way. Then he proceeded to light his pipe and strolled into the grounds. Past the terrace he went until he came to the cliffs, where he was out of sight of the house. Then, with the confidence of the mountain goat, he made his way to the beach, the hard strip of beach that lay under the shadow of the castle. Here he fumbled for some time among the damp, slippery rocks, feeling for something with infinite care and patience. His perseverance was rewarded at last. His hands lay on a mass of flowers, damp and sodden, and yet comparatively fresh. He lifted one to his nostrils and sniffed it. "As I thought," he said, "as I expected. How cunning it all is, how beautifully worked out. And nothing, however small, is left to chance. Well, I came home in the nick of time, and I have found an ally I can depend upon. Only it was just as well not to let Geoffrey know that I knew of Jessop's lodger before today. I wonder if my lady guesses how carefully she is being watched." Half an hour later, Ralph was in the castle again, wandering about in his restless way, and appearing to be interested in nothing, as usual. Presently the great bell began to clang in the turret, and the family partly gathered in the dining-room before dinner. Vera was the last to arrive. "How lovely you look," Geoffrey whispered. Vera laughed and colored. She had a white dress without ornament and without flowers, save a deep red rose in her hair. "That red rose is the crowning touch," said Geoffrey. "I thought it was to be all white tonight," Ralph said. He had caught the whispered words, as he seemed to catch everything. "Was that not so, Vera?" "Not for me, sir," Vera replied. "I am in white." "I wish you could see her," Geoffrey said tenderly. "She looks lovely. Her eyes are so blue. Her skin is like the sunny side of a peach." "And your tongue is like that of a goose," Vera laughed. "Never mind, Uncle Ralph. Never mind. If you can't have the inestimable advantage of gazing on my perfect beauty, you shall have the privilege of sitting by me at dinner." Geoffrey pleaded with comic despair, but Vera was obdurate. As the bell clanged again, she laid a hand light as thistledown on Ralph's arm. She was brighter and more gay than usual this evening, and Marian played up to her, as she always did. The elders were silent. Perhaps the white flowers on the table checked them. They were so suggestive of the wreaths on a coffin. When once the cloth was drawn in the good old-fashioned way, and the decanters and lamps and glasses stood mirrored in the shining dark mahogany, the resemblance was more marked than ever. The long strip of white damask, whereon lamps and flowers and decanters rested, might have been a winding sheet. Rupert Ravenspur protested moodily. "It's dreadful in a house like this," he said. "Who did it?" "I am the culprit, dearest," Vera admitted prettily. "Marian did all in her power to prevent me, but I would have my own foolish way. If you will forgive me, I will promise that it shall not occur again." Rupert Ravenspur smiled. It was only when he was looking at Vera that the tender relaxation came over his stern old face. Then his eyes fixed on the flowers, and they seemed to draw him forward. "You are forgiven," he said. "Marian was right, as she always is. What should we do without your cheerfulness and good advice? Upon my word, I feel as if those flowers were drawing all the reason out of me." Nobody replied. It was a strange and curious thing that everybody seemed to be regarding the waxen blossoms in the same dull, sleepy, fascinating way. All eyes were turned upon them, as eyes are turned upon some thrilling, repulsive performance. The silence was growing oppressive and painful. Geoffrey gave a little gasp and laid his hand upon his chest. "What is it?" he said. "There is a pain here, like a knife. I am burning." Nobody took the faintest notice. Only Ralph seemed to be alive, and yet there was no kind of expression on his face. Heads were drawing nearer and nearer to the vases where the graceful flowers were grouped, those innocent-looking blooms which were the emblems of all that was fair and fine and beautiful. What did it mean? What strange mystery was here? Nobody could speak. Nobody wanted to speak. All were sinking, lulled and soothed into a poppyland sleep. Even Geoffrey, who seemed to be fighting for something he knew not what. Then Ralph reached out his hand to the foot of the table. His long, lean fingers were tangled in the strip of damask down the mahogany table on which lamps and decanters and glasses and dishes of fruit were placed. With a vigorous pull, he brought the whole thing crashing on the polished floor, where two pools of paraffin made a blaze of the wreck that Ralph had caused. Then he slid over the floor and opened one of the windows, letting in the pure, fresh air from the North Sea. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Mystery of the Ravenspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Whence did they come? In the darkness, nobody spoke for a moment. Not one of them could have said anything for a king's ransom. Apart from the feeling of suffocation, the gradual poppy sleep of death that filled the room as a great wave suddenly engulfs some rocky cave, the dramatic horror of the darkness held them fast. At the same time, there was something of a shock, a healthy shock in the plunge from light to gloom. A fitful purple gleam still flickered where the blazing paraffin had licked the hard oak-polished floor. The breath of the sea breeze was bracing. It was Marian who first came to herself as one comes out of a horrid nightmare. "Oh, oh!" she shuddered. "Who opened the window?" Nobody responded for a moment. Ralph had crept to Geoffrey's side. It was marvelous how he found his way in the intense darkness. "Say you did it," he whispered. "You must say you did it. Speak." "I suppose I did," Geoffrey murmured. "I seem to recollect something of the kind." "You have saved our lives," said Marian. "Will somebody ring the bell?" Servants came without much dismay or surprise. They were used to amazing things at Ravenspur. It would have caused no more than a painful sensation to come in some night after dinner and find the whole family murdered. "Bring more lamps," Ralph Ravenspur said quietly. Lamps were brought. The disordered litter on the floor was swept up. The broken globes, the dainty china, the glass and silver. The white flowers were no longer there. This was a puzzle to everybody but Ralph, who had gathered them at the first distraction and thrown them out of the window. There was silence for a minute or two after the servants had withdrawn. Then Rupert Ravenspur dashed his fist on the table in a passion of despair. "Great heaven!" he said. "How long? How long? How much more of this is it possible to bear and still retain the powers of reason? What was it?" "Could it have been the flowers?" Vera suggested. "It was my fault." "No, no!" Marian cried. "Why your fault? Those white blossoms were innocent enough. We packed them ourselves. We arranged them together." "Still, I believe it was the flowers," Geoffrey observed. "Why should they have fascinated us in that strange way? It was horrible." Horrible indeed, and not the less so because the horrible was not conspicuous by its absence. That innocent flowers, pure white blossoms, could lend themselves to a dark mystery like this was almost maddening. And yet it must have been so, for no sooner had the flowers been removed and the air of heaven had entered the room than the grip and bitterness of death were past. "I am sure we were near the end," Marian cried. "Jeff, was it you who snatched the cloth from the table?" Geoffrey was about to deny the suggestion when his eyes fell upon Ralph's face. It was eager, almost pleading in its aspect. Like a flash, the changing expression was gone. "It must have been mechanical," Geoffrey murmured. "One does those things and calls them impulses. Inspiration would be a better expression, I fancy." They crowded round him and gave him their thanks, all save Ralph, who sat drumming his fingers on the table as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Nothing seemed to draw him out of his environment. Still, it was another man who came creeping to Geoffrey's room when the lights were extinguished and the castle was wrapped in slumber. There was an inner room lying out over the sea, which Geoffrey used indifferently for a smoking room and study. "I can smoke my pipe here without a chance of our being overheard," he said. "Well, was the adventure this evening creepy enough for you?" Geoffrey shuddered slightly. Flagrant, rioting dangers would have had no terrors for him. It was the unseen that played on the nerves of imagination. "Horrible," he said. "But why this mystery?" "As far as I am concerned, you mean? My dear Geoffrey, it is imperative that I should be regarded by everybody as a poor blind worm who is incapable for good or evil. I want people to pity me, to make way for me, to treat me as if I were of no account, a needless cumberer of the ground. I want to see that you prevent these tragedies by sheer chance. I will strike when the time comes." The hoarse voice had sunk to a whisper. The sightless eyes rolled. The thin fingers crooked as if dragging down an unseen foe to destruction. As suddenly, Ralph changed his mood and laughed noiselessly. "Let us not prophesy," he said. "What did you think of the episode?" I don't know what to think about it. Then you have no theory to offer? No, uncle, I am in the dark. That is where the keen edge of the terror comes in. I should say it was the flowers. As the atmosphere of the room grew warmer, as the heat from the lamps drew out the fragrance of the blooms, the perfume seemed to become overpowering. The perfume riveted attention, arrested the senses, and gradually sense and feeling appeared to go altogether. Perfectly right, Geoffrey. Still, there is nothing very wonderful about it. Lucretia Borgia used the same means to dispatch her victims. A poisoned bouquet was a favorite weapon of hers, you remember. But the poison there was conveyed through the palms of the hands. Why do we never hear of that sort of poison nowadays? Ralph smiled as he refilled his pipe. I've got some of it myself, he said, or at least Tchigorsky has. It is poor, inartistic stuff compared to some of the poisons known to Tchigorsky and myself. There are Eastern poisons unknown to science. Toxicology little dreams of the drugs that Tchigorsky and your poor uncle wot of. You are right. Those flowers were impregnated with a deadly drug that comes out with warmth. It comes as quickly as a breath of wind and does its work and vanishes almost immediately, leaving no trace behind. Another minute, and the whole family of Ravenspur had been no more. There would have been a fearful sensation. Doctors would have discoursed learnedly and vaguely, and there would have been an end to the matter. Not a soul in England would have had the remotest idea of the source of the tragedy. Look here. From under his coat, Ralph produced a single white carnation. That was on the table tonight, he said. Take it in your hands. Smell it. Do you recognize anything beyond the legitimate perfume? Geoffrey held the perfect bloom to his nostrils. He could detect nothing further. It seems to me to be as innocent as beautiful, he said. So it is, at present. Give it me back again. See, I have here a little white, dull powder. It is in the 1,000th part of a grain of the deadly drug. I dust the powder on the carnation thus. The natural moisture in the leaves absorbs it, and the flower presents a normal aspect. Smell it. I smell nothing at all, said Geoffrey. Not yet. Hold it to the lamp for 10 seconds. Geoffrey did so. At the end of the brief space, he placed it to his nostrils, as Ralph suggested. Immediately, a drowsy feeling came over him, a desire for sleep, a desire to be at rest in body and mind, in heart and pulses. Indeed, it seemed to him as if his heart had stopped already. Through a yellow-scented mist, he seemed to see his uncle and hear the latter's voice commanding him to drop the carnation. He could not have done it to save himself from destruction. Then the flower was plucked away. How long have I been asleep? He asked, suddenly opening his eyes. You have been across the sticks and back in exactly 50 seconds, Ralph said gravely. Now you see the effect of that stuff. Wonderfully artistic, isn't it? Geoffrey gazed at the flower with sickening horror. Ralph seemed to divine this, for he picked it up, sniffed it coolly, and placed it in his buttonhole. The evil effect has gone, believe me, he said. The dose was very small, and I did not mix it with water, which makes a difference. Still, I don't follow, Geoffrey said. We know those flowers were cut and arranged by Vera and Marion. It would have been impossible for anyone to have entered the dining room and replaced them with other white flowers. and for anybody to have had the time to impregnate them one by one, oh, it is impossible." "Not at all, Geoffrey. A mystery is like a conjuring trick, seemingly insoluble, but you know how it is done, and then it becomes bald and commonplace. Suppose the stuff is mixed with water, and the mixture placed in a small spray worked by an India rubber ball. Then one goes into the dining room hall for half a minute, gives 2 or 3 rapid motions of the hand, and the thing is accomplished." "Yes, that sounds easy. You speak as if you knew who did it." "Yes," Ralph said, with one of his spasmodic smiles. "I do." "You know the author of this dastardly thing? Tell me." "Not yet. I dare not tell you, because you are young and might betray yourself. I could not confide my secret to anyone, even the best detective in England. It is only known to Tchigorsky and myself. You shall help me in drawing the net around the miscreants, but you must not ask me that." "And tonight's doings are to remain a secret?" "Of course. Nobody is to know anything. They may conjecture as much as they like. Good heavens! If any one of the house were to know what I have told you tonight, all my work would be undone. You are my instrument, by which I ward off danger without attracting attention to myself. You are the unsuspecting boy who by sheer good luck foils the enemy. Keep it up, keep it up, for so long as you appear young and unsophisticated, there is less of the deadly danger." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Mystery of the Ravenspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Mrs. Mona May. Geoffrey was slightly puzzled, but, like a good soldier, he asked no questions. More and more he was coming to recognize that it was Ralph's to command and his to obey. Doubtless Ralph had some good reason when he treated his nephew like a puppet, but then the puppet was a long way from a fool, and as the days went on, it came home to him with an increasing force that he had a master mind to deal with. He had been told off this afternoon to lurk more or less concealed at the top of the steep pitch leading to the village, and there wait until something happened. It came at the end of a few minutes in the shape of a lady in perfect cycling costume, wheeling a machine up the hill towards Jessop's farm. As she came nearer to the spot where Geoffrey was smoking, a ragged nomad sprang from the hedge and demanded alms. The man was coarse and threatening. He was by no means sober, and his demands took the by no means modest form of a shilling. A second later there was a slight scream, and Geoffrey darted forward. The sight of a woman in distress sufficed for him. Ralph was forgotten in an instant. There was a scuffle and a plunge, a rapid exit of the nomad, and, hat in hand, Geoffrey was receiving the thanks of a beautiful woman, who was pleased to assure him that he was her preserver. "It is nothing," Geoffrey stammered. "Nothing, really." It was not usual for him to be confused like this. But then he was standing face to face with the handsome stranger who had taken Mr. Jessop's rooms, the lady with the love of white flowers, the woman who employed Oriental servants, who were given to strange incantations, the creature in whom Ralph Ravenspur had taken so vivid an interest. And Geoffrey's confusion grew none the less as it flashed upon him that the intoxicated tramp had been the god in the car designed by Ralph to bring this introduction about. He steadied himself. There was work before him now. "You exaggerate my poor services," he said. "Not at all, I assure you," the lady said. Her eyes held a strange fascination. Her voice was low and sweetly sedative. She was years older than Geoffrey, but just the kind of siren who drove young men mad or lured them to destruction. Few strangers would have faced so formidable an opponent for me. "Most of my countrymen would," Geoffrey said. "I hope you have a better opinion of Englishmen than that. But Englishmen are not favorites abroad." The dark eyes were dancing with amusement. "You are under the impression that I am not English?" she asked. "Well, there is a certain grace," Geoffrey stammered, "that spoke of—" "Foreign blood, precisely. But all the same, I am proud to call myself an Englishwoman. My name is Mrs. May, Mona May. You are Mr. Geoffrey Ravenspur." "At your service. I had the pleasure of seeing you the other morning in Mrs. Jessop's kitchen. Meanwhile, to prevent any further trouble from our predatory friend, I am going to walk with you as far as the farm." Mrs. May raised no objection. On the contrary, she seemed pleased with the idea. She was dangerous. She was mixed up in some way with a conspiracy against the peace and happiness of the house of Ravenspur, and yet Geoffrey found it hard to resist her fascinations. She spoke almost perfect English. Her dress and style and manner were insular, but there was a flashing grace about her, a suggestion of something warm and Eastern that gleamed and flashed in spite of her cycling dress and the wheels she pushed along so skillfully. She gave a sigh of regret as the farmhouse was reached. "Well, I suppose we must part," she said. "Really, it seems years since I spoke to a gentleman, and I have only been here for days. I have been ordered absolute rest and quietness for the benefit of my health, and upon my word, I am getting it. Would you take pity upon my loneliness and come to tea?" Many an older man than Geoffrey had been excused from yielding to such a request. Those eyes were so dark and pleading, and the man was young. Besides, he had an excuse. Had not his Uncle Ralph planned this thing, and was it not intended to bring about an introduction? Besides, once inside that room, it might be possible to find something that in the future would yield great results. "I shall be only too pleased," Geoffrey murmured. "Then come along," Mrs. May said gaily. "If you are fond of a good cup of tea, then I have some of the most perfect in the world." She led the way into the old-fashioned drawing-room, which she had rendered beautiful with flowers. The stiff furniture looked stiff no longer. The hand of an artistic woman had been here, and the whole aspect was changed. "You should have seen it when I came here," Mrs. May smiled as she followed Geoffrey's glance. "It was like a condemned cell. And yet there are things of price here. A little alteration and a few flowers. Ah, what a difference flowers make!" She pointed to her own floral decorations. The room was ablaze with them, and they were all scarlet. There was not a single bloom of any other kind to be seen. "They match my style of beauty," Mrs. May laughed. "I never have any other here." "You do not care for white flowers?" Geoffrey asked. "I abhor them. They suggest beautiful maidens cut off in their prime, dead children, the tomb, and all kinds of horrors." I would not have one in the house." Geoffrey was discreetly silent. Remembering the hundreds of white flowers he himself had seen in this very room not so long ago, this speech staggered him. In a dazed kind of way, he watched Mrs. May light a spirit lamp under a silver kettle, after which she excused herself on the score of fetching the famous tea. Geoffrey picked up an album and turned the leaves over rapidly. There were soldiers, one or two native Indian officials, a great number of society people, professional beauties, and the like, and Marian. Yes, her fair, tender face smiled from the embossed, richly gilt page. The picture had been taken some years ago, but there was no mistaking those pure features. Geoffrey closed the book and walked over to the window. Surprise upon surprise had come upon him lately, but this was staggering. When Mrs. May returned, he was himself again. He could answer her questions gaily and smoothly. It was only when he was on his way home again that he recollected how much information he had imparted and how little he had got in return. "You must come and see me again," Mrs. May said. "Now, can't you come up some evening and dine with me? Say Thursday. Unless I hear from you to the contrary, I shall see you on Thursday at 7. A primitive time, but then we are in the country." "You may be certain," Geoffrey said carelessly, "that I shall come if possible. Good-bye, Mrs. May. In ordinary circumstances, my people would have called upon you. You will know why it is impossible." Mrs. May pressed Geoffrey's hand with gentle sympathy. "You have my real regrets," she said. "What a horrible thing it is to think that you are all powerless to help it. Good-bye." Geoffrey found Ralph at the entrance to the castle gate. There was a queer smile on his face, a smile of amused expectation. "You found her charming?" he asked. "And clever," said Geoffrey. "I guessed your plot, Uncle. She is very clever." "The cleverest woman in the world, the most wicked, the most unscrupulous. Of course she asked you to dinner, and of course you will go. Nobody is to know of it, mind." "Uncle, how did you guess that?" "I'll tell you presently, and I'll tell you many things you will have to say and leave unsaid to Mrs. May." "Tell me why Marian's photograph is in her album." "So she showed you that?" "No, I found it out by accident. Is Marian connected with her?" "Very closely indeed. She is Marian's evil genius. And yet, through that pure and innocent girl, we are going to strike at the heart of the mystery. Ask me no questions now. Tonight we will go carefully into the matter." End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Mystery of the Ravenspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. Vera is not pleased. Any stranger looking along the terrace at Ravenspur would have been inclined to envy the lot of those who had their habitation there. It looked so grand, so dignified, so peaceful. Brilliant sunshine shone upon the terrace. Against the gray stone of the grand old facade, the emerald green of the lawns rose refreshing to the eyes, those old lawns like velvet that only come with the passing of centuries. People from the rush and fret of cities, excursionists, who had their sordid humdrum life in towns, turned longing eyes to Ravenspur. Anybody who lived in a place like that must be happy, and some of them looked it. Geoffrey, for instance, as he lounged on the terrace with a cigarette between his strong white teeth. He was seated with a cap over his eyes, and appeared to be given over to a pleasant reverie. A rod and an empty fishing basket stood by his side. Ralph Ravenspur lounged up to him. Perhaps he had been waiting for his nephew. At any rate, he always knew where to find him. He sat with the sunshine full upon his sightless eyes and smoked his pipe placidly. "There is nobody about?" he asked. "Nobody," Geoffrey replied. "Do you want to say anything to me?" Ralph made no reply. Geoffrey watched him curiously. "Do you know, you seem to be a long way off to me this afternoon," he said presently. "I can't quite explain my meaning. Since you have worn those glasses, you look a different man. There, now you are yourself again." Ralph had taken off the glasses for a moment. "Is the difference very marked?" Ralph asked. "Very marked indeed. Honestly, I should not have known you." Ralph gave a sigh. Whether of sorrow or satisfaction, Geoffrey could not say. "Time will prove whether the disguise is of any value or not," he said. "I came to ask you about this evening. Are you going?" "Of course I am. Mrs. Mona May fascinates me. On the whole, I have deemed it advisable to say nothing to the others. We cannot call upon Mrs. May, and they need not know that I have had any intercourse with her." Ralph nodded. Perhaps he alone knew the real need for secrecy in this matter. "Quite right," he said. "The less said, the better. She wrote to you, of course?" "Oh, yes. I had the letter yesterday." "And destroyed it, of course?" "Upon my word, I've forgotten. I see you are angry with me. Well, I will try not to make a similar mistake again." From the expression on his face, Ralph was greatly moved. His features flamed with anger. He was trembling with passion to his fingertips. Then his mood suddenly changed. He laid a kindly hand on Geoffrey's knee. "My boy," he said earnestly, "there are reasons, weighty reasons, why I cannot take you entirely into my confidence. If I did so, you would see the vital necessity of caution even in the most minute matters. You will see that Mrs. May's letter is destroyed at once." "I will, Uncle. The rest of the family believe I am going to Alton tonight." Ralph nodded. He seemed already to have forgotten the circumstances. He had fallen into one of those waking reveries that were deep as sleep to most men. Geoffrey spoke to him more than once, but failed to gain the slightest attention. Then Ralph rose and moved away like a man in a dream. Geoffrey lounged about till he had finished his cigarette. He tossed the end away and then proceeded towards the house. He would get that letter and destroy it without further delay. But this was easier said than done, for the simple reason that the letter was nowhere to be found. High and low, Geoffrey searched for it, but all to no purpose. Had he left it in the dining room or the library? Possibly in the latter place, seeing that he had written a couple of notes there earlier in the day. It was dim, not to say gloomy, in the library, and for a moment Geoffrey failed to see that Vera was seated at the table. He crossed over and touched her caressingly on the cheek. She looked up coldly. "What are you looking for?" she asked. "A letter, dearest," Geoffrey replied. "But why do you look so strange?" "Oh, you ask me that. It is a letter you are looking for. Then perhaps I may be so fortunate as to assist you. I have just found a letter lying here addressed to you. As it lay with face open, I could not but read it. See here." A square of thick-scented notepaper filled with a dashing black calligraphy shook before Geoffrey's eyes. It was Mrs. May's writing beyond a doubt. Geoffrey flushed slightly as he took the note. "Read it," Vera said quietly. "Read it aloud." Geoffrey did so. It struck him now, it had never occurred to him before, that the writer was slightly caressing in her manner of phrasing. There was a suggestion of something warmer and more personal than the stereotyped lines implied. "So this is the Alton where you are going tonight?" Vera went on. "Who is the woman? How long have you known her?" The quick blood came flaming to Geoffrey's face. He had never seen Vera hard and cold like this before. It was a woman and not a girl who was speaking now. Geoffrey resented the questions. They came as a teacher addresses a child. "I cannot tell you," he said. "It has to do with the family secret." "And you expect me to believe this, Geoffrey?" "Of course I do," Geoffrey cried. "Did you ever know me to tell you a lie? And after all the years we have been together, you are going to be jealous of the first woman who comes along? Have I been mistaken in you, Vera?" The girl's beautiful eyes filled with tears. She had been sorely vexed and hurt, far more hurt than she cared Geoffrey to know, for it seemed to her that he had wilfully deceived her, that he was going to see this creature, of whom he was secretly ashamed, that he had lied so that he could seek her company without suspicion in the minds of others. "If you give me your word of honor," Vera faltered, "that you—" "No, no," Geoffrey cried. "I merely state the facts, and you may believe them or not as you please. Who Mrs. May is, I decline to say. How I became acquainted with her, I also decline to explain. Suffice it that she is Mrs. May, and that she has rooms at Jessop's farm." "And that is all you are going to tell me, Geoffrey?" "Yes, Vera. If you have lost faith in me—" "Oh, no, no. Don't say such cruel things, Jeff. Whom have I beyond my parents and you in the whole world? And when I found that letter, when I knew what you said about Alton was not true—" She paused, unable to proceed. Her little hands went out imploringly, and Geoffrey caught them in his own. He drew her to his side and gazed into her eyes. "Darling," he whispered, "you know that I love you?" "Yes, dear. It was foolish of me to doubt it." "I love you now and always. I can never change. I did not intend to tell you about this woman, because it was all part of the secret. The wise man among us has said it, and his word is law. I am speaking of Uncle Ralph." Vera nodded with a brighter glance. Had not she a secret in common with Ralph? "Say no more," she whispered. "I am ashamed of myself." Geoffrey kissed the quivering red lips passionately. "Spoken like my own, Vera," he said. "Now I will give you my word of honor—" "No, no, it is not necessary, Jeff. I was foolish. I might have known better. Not another thought will I give to Mrs. Mona May." Vera spoke in all sincerity, but our thoughts are often our masters, and they were so in this case. Mona May was a name graven on Vera's mind, and the time was coming when with fervent gratitude she blessed the hour when she had found that letter. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Mystery of the Ravenspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. A Fascinating Woman. Mrs. Jessup's simple parlor had been transformed beyond recognition. The fine Chippendale furniture had been brought forward. The gaudy settees and sofas had been covered with fine Eastern silks and tapestries. A pair of old Dresden candlesticks stood on the table, and under pink shades the candles cast a glamour of subdued light upon damask and silver and china. As Geoffrey was ushered in, Mrs. May came forward. She was dressed entirely in black. Her wonderfully fine arms and shoulders gleamed dazzling almost as the diamonds that were as frosty stars in the glorious night of her hair. One great red bloom of some flower unknown to Geoffrey was in her breast. As to the rest, the flowers were all scarlet. The effect was slightly dazzling. Mrs. May came forward with a smile. "So you have managed to elude the Philistines," she said. "Ah, I guessed that you would say nothing to your friends about our little dinner." There was an eager note in the words that conveyed a half-question. Geoffrey smiled. "May I venture to suggest that the knowledge is not displeasing to you?" he said. "Well, I admit it. In the circumstances, to explain would have been a bore. Your people cannot call on me, and being old-fashioned, they might not care for you to come here alone. Therefore, being a man of the world, you told them nothing about it." Geoffrey smiled as he took the proffered cigarette. Had he not been warned against this woman by Ralph, her subtle flattery would have put him off his guard. It is always so sweet and soothing for a youngster to be taken for a man of the world. "You have guessed it all," he said. "My grandfather is a great seigneur. He has no toleration for anything that is not en règle. What an exquisite cigarette!" Mrs. May nodded. They were excellent cigarettes, as also was the liqueur she insisted upon pouring out for Geoffrey with her own hands. He had never tasted anything like it before. And the dinner, when it came, was a perfect little poem in its way. Not a flask of wine on the table that had not a history. Long before the meal was over, Geoffrey found himself forgetting his caution. Not that Geoffrey had anything to be afraid of. He knew that in some way this woman was connected with the tragedy of his race. For all that he knew to the contrary, she might be the spirit directing the tragedies. She was his enemy, though she smiled upon him with a dazzling fascination calculated to turn cooler heads than his. But, at any rate, she had not asked him here to poison him at her own table. Mrs. Mona May was too fine an artist for that. Presently Geoffrey came out of his dream to find himself talking. Mrs. May seemed to be putting all the questions, and he was giving all the answers. And yet, directly, she asked no questions at all. She was sympathetic and interested in the family, as she explained with kindness and feeling. "And there is that poor blind gentleman," she said sweetly. Her eyes were bent over her dessert plate. She was peeling a peach daintily. There was just for the fraction of a second a ring in her voice that acted on Geoffrey as a cold douche does to a man whose senses are blurred with liquor. Some instinct told him that they were approaching the crux of the interview. "My Uncle Ralph," he said carelessly. "He is a mystery. He keeps himself to himself and says nothing to anybody. Sometimes I fancy he is a clever man who despises us. and at other times I regard him as a man whose misfortunes have dulled his brain, and that he strives to conceal the fact." Mrs. May smiled, but she returned to the charge again. But strive as she would, she could get no more in this head out of Geoffrey. She wanted to know who the man was, and all about him, and she learned nothing beyond the fact that he was a poor nonentity, despised by his relations. Geoffrey's open sincerity puzzled her. Perhaps there was nothing to learn after all. "Strange that he did not stay away," she murmured, "knowing that the family curse must overtake him." Geoffrey shrugged his shoulders carelessly. "What can an unfortunate like that have to live for?" he asked. "He is broken in mind and in body, and has no money of his own. It is just like the old fox who crawls to the hole to die. And we are getting used to the curse by this time." "You have no hope, no expectation of the truth coming to light?" It was on the tip of Geoffrey's tongue to speak freely of his hopes for the future. Instead, he bent his head over the table, saying nothing till he felt he had full control of his voice once more. Then he spoke in the same hopeless tones. "I have become a fatalist," he said. "Please change the subject." Mrs. May did so discreetly and easily, and yet in a few moments the doings of the Ravenspurs were on her tongue again, and, almost unconsciously, Geoffrey found himself talking about Marian, Mrs. May listening quietly. "I have seen the young lady," she said. "She has a nice face." "Marian is an angel," Geoffrey cried. "Her face is perfect. You have only to look at her to see what she is. Nobody with a countenance like that could do wrong, even if she wished it. No matter who and what it is, everybody comes under Marian's sway. Men, women, children, dogs, all turn to her with the same implicit confidence." "Marian seems to be a warm favorite," Mrs. May smiled. "And yet I rather gather that she does not hold first place in your affections?" "I am engaged to my cousin Vera," Geoffrey explained. "We were boy and girl lovers before Marian came to us. Otherwise, well, we need not go into that. But I never saw anyone like Marian till tonight." Mrs. May looked up swiftly. "What do you mean by that?" she asked. "I mean exactly what I say. In certain ways, in certain lights, under certain conditions, your face is marvelously like that of Marian." As Geoffrey spoke, he saw that the blood had left the cheek of his companion. Her face was deadly pale, so pale that the crimson flower in her breast seemed to grow vivid. There was a motion of the elbow, and a wine-glass went crashing to the floor. The woman stooped to raise the fragments. "How clumsy of me," she said. "And why are you regarding me so intently? My heart is a little wrong, the doctors tell me. Nothing serious, however. There." She looked up again. She had recovered, and her face was tinged with the red flush of health again. But her hand still shook. But Geoffrey was taking no heed. He had dropped the match he was about to apply to his cigarette, and was staring out of the window. The blind had not been drawn. The panes were framed with flowers. And inside that dark circle there came a face, a dark Eastern face with awful eyes, filled with agony and rage and pain. Across the dusky forehead was a cut from which blood streamed freely. "You are not listening to me," Mrs. May cried. What is the matter?" "The face! A face at the window!" Geoffrey gasped. "A horrible-looking man, not of this country at all. A man with a gash in his forehead. He seemed to be looking for something. When he caught sight of me, he disappeared." Mrs. May had risen and crossed to the long French window opening onto the lawn. Her back was towards Geoffrey, and she seemed determined, or so he imagined, to keep her face concealed from him. "Strange," she said, carelessly, though she was obviously disturbed. "Surely you are mistaken. Some trick of the brain, a freak of imagination." Geoffrey laughed. Young men at his time of life, men who follow healthy pursuits, are not given to tricks of the imagination. His pulse was beating steadily. His skin was moist and cool. "I am certain of it," he said. "What is that noise?" Something was calling down the garden. Long before this time, the good people of the farm had gone to bed. "Shall I go and see what it is?" Geoffrey asked. "No, no," Mrs. May whispered. "Stay here, I implore you. I would not have had this happen for anything. What am I saying?" She passed her hand across her face and laughed unsteadily. "There are secrets in everybody's life, and there are in mine," she said. "Stay till I return. There will be no danger for me, I assure you." She slipped out into the darkness and was gone. Geoffrey stooped and bent over a dark blot or two that lay on the stone still at the bottom of the window. "Blood," he muttered. "Blood, beyond a doubt. It was no delusion of mine." From outside came the swish of silken drapery. It was Mrs. May returning. She seemed herself again by this time. "The danger is past," she said, "if danger you choose to call it. The next time we meet we shall laugh together over this comedy. I assure you it is a comedy. And now I am going to ask you to leave me." The woman was playing a part, and playing it extremely well. With less innate knowledge, Geoffrey would have been thoroughly deceived. As it was, he affected to make light of the matter. He held out his hand with a smile. "I am glad of that," he said. "You must let me come again, when, perhaps, you may be disposed to allow me to assist you. Good night, and thank you for one of the pleasantest evenings of my life." The door closed behind Geoffrey, and he stumbled along in the darkness until his eyes became accustomed to the gloom. Out in the road, someone crept up to him and laid a hand on his arm. Like a flash, Geoffrey had him by the throat. "Speak, or I will kill you," he whispered. "Who are you?" "Come with me at once," came the hoarse reply, "and release that grip of my throat. I am Sergius Chigorsky." End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Mystery of the Ravenspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. The Mystery Deepens. Geoffrey recognized the deep, rasping tones of Chigorsky directly. His hand dropped to his side. No need to tell him that danger was in the air. It was the thick, still kind of night that goes with adventure. "Something has happened?" Geoffrey asked. "Something is going to happen unless we prevent it," Chigorsky replied. "The enemy has been foiled 3 times lately and is getting uneasy. He begins to realize that he has to cope with somebody who understands the game. It is no use to work in this deadly, mysterious fashion as long as certain people can read the danger signals and act upon them, and therefore it has been decided to fall back upon more vulgar methods. You are not afraid of danger? Not in the least. Try me. The danger is great. You are dealing with some of the cleverest people on earth. If you are discovered, you will be put away. Your courage will be tested to the utmost. Are you ready? Geoffrey hesitated but for a moment. His senses seemed to be braced and strengthened. He seemed to hear better all at once. His eyes penetrated farther into the gloom. There was a feeling of eagerness, of exultation upon him. He took Zhigorsky's lean claw and laid it upon his left wrist. "Feel that," he said. "Is not my pulse steady? I am longing to go forward. Only give me a chance to find the truth." Zhigorsky chuckled. This was the kind of grit he admired. "You will do," he said, "and you will go alone on your expedition. You are acquainted with all the vaults and passages of the castle by this time. Every inch of the ground is known to you. Give me your coat and shoes." Geoffrey handed them over, getting a pair of rubber-soled shoes and a rough pea jacket in exchange. In the pocket of the latter he found a revolver. "Now what am I to do?" he demanded. "Stand here," Zhigorsky explained. "Presently you will see a figure or two, perhaps more. You will not understand what they are saying, but that makes no difference. You are to follow them, stick to them. If nothing happens by dawn, you can afford to leave them to their own devices. If circumstances place you in dire peril, be brave, for help is not far off." Geoffrey might have asked another question or two, but Zhigorsky turned away abruptly and was speedily lost in the darkness. And then followed for Geoffrey the most trying part of the business, waiting for the first sign of the foe. Half an hour passed, and still no sign. Had the affair miscarried, and the miscreants got away in some other direction? Strain his ears as he would, Geoffrey could catch nothing. Then at length something soft and rustling seemed to be creeping along on the lawn on the other side of the hedge. Geoffrey crept through the gate into the garden. Almost instantly he dropped on his face, for somebody carrying a lantern was softly creeping in his direction. It was the figure of a woman who had a black lace shawl so wrapped about her that in the feeble light it was impossible to make out her features. She paused and made a hissing sound between her teeth. As if they had been evolved out of Geoffrey's inner consciousness, there appeared two men upon the lawn. One was lying on his back, his head supported on the arm of his companion. They were Indian natives of some kind, but of what race precisely Geoffrey could not say. The prostrate man had an ugly cut across his forehead. It was the same man that Geoffrey had seen looking through the window. A crafty, ugly, sinister face it was, full of cunning malignity. The eyes were dull, but the fires of hate were still in them. The woman stooped down and produced cool bandages, soaked in some pungent liquid, which she proceeded to bind round the brows of the injured man. Even at his respectful distance, Geoffrey could catch the odor of the bandages. He watched the weird midnight scene with breathless interest. There was something creepy about the whole business. If these people had nothing to conceal, all this surgical work might have taken place indoor. They might have called assistance. Geoffrey tried to catch sight of the woman's features, but that was impossible. Still, there was something familiar about her. Geoffrey felt quite sure that he had seen that graceful figure before. She stood up presently, and Geoffrey no longer had any doubt. It was Mrs. Mona May. The injured man rose also. He staggered along on the arm of his companion, and Geoffrey could with some difficulty see them enter the sitting-room. He paused in some doubt as to his next move, but before he was called upon to decide, Mrs. May and the other native came out again. Evidently they had left the injured man behind. Then they emerged into the road and started off rapidly toward the cliffs. "Going some way by the pace they are walking," Geoffrey muttered. "And at the same time they must be back before daylight, or they would never have dared to leave that fellow at Jessop's. What a good thing I know the country." Geoffrey followed at a respectful distance, his rubber shoes making no sound. For the time of year the night was intensely dark, which was in Geoffrey's favor. Also, with his close knowledge of the locality, he had no fear of making mistakes. The couple were not more than 50 yards ahead of him. They had not the slightest idea they were being followed, seeing that they were talking earnestly, and none too quietly, in a language that was Greek to Geoffrey. Now and again he caught the low laugh that came from the woman's lips. By and by the cliffs were reached, and here the two began to descend a path that would have been dangerous to unaccustomed feet, even in the broad daylight. But the man seemed to know the way perfectly, and the woman followed without hesitation. They came presently to the firm sand, fringed by the ebbing tide. Then they turned to the right, pausing at length before a solid-looking expanse of cliff that stood right under Ravenspur Castle. One moment they loomed darkly against the brown rocks. The next minute they seemed to be swallowed up by the cliffs. They had entered the mouth of a cave. Geoffrey followed still more cautiously. On and on they went, until at length they paused. Then the light from the lantern grew stronger. From behind a ledge of seawood-clad granite, Geoffrey watched them furtively. They were waiting for something, a signal probably, before going farther. The signal seemed to come at last, from where it was impossible for Geoffrey to judge, and then the advance was resumed. Presently they emerged into the deep below-tide level vault under the castle, where Geoffrey had seen Marian walking in her sleep. Mrs. May turned to her companion and gave him some sharp command. She had lost all her levity, and Geoffrey could see that her dark eyes were glowing. The native salaamed and laid his hand upon the lantern. The next instant the place was plunged into pitchy darkness. 5-10 minutes passed, and nothing was heard but the lap of the ebbing tide on the shore. Then a hand was gently laid on Geoffrey's arm. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Mystery of the Ravenspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. Deeper Still. So startled was Geoffrey that he felt the moisture spurt from every pore like a rash. But, fully conscious of his danger, he suppressed the cry that rose to his lips. Nor did he move as he felt a thick cloak thrown over his head. He slipped his revolver into his hand and fumbled it against the cold cheek of his antagonist. But the antagonist took it coolly. A pair of lips were close to Geoffrey's ear, and the smallest, faintest voice spelt out the letters Tchigorsky. Geoffrey put the weapon back in his pocket. At the same time, he felt about till his fingers touched the hand of his companion. No doubt about it. The other was Tchigorsky, beyond question. Perhaps he had been testing Geoffrey's courage and resolution. Perhaps the danger had deepened unexpectedly. Presently the light of the lantern popped up again in response to some subtle signal, and once more the conspirators moved on to the vault above. Tchigorsky lifted his head. "Where are they going?" Geoffrey asked. Tchigorsky responded with one of his diabolical chuckles. "They imagine that they are going into the castle," he said. "But they are not going to accomplish that part of the program." "But what do they want there?" "What should they want? You know something of those now whose business it is to wipe you out, root and branch. More artistic methods having failed, they may deem it necessary to fall back on more vulgar plans. There are 5 people sleeping in the castle, 6 with your Uncle Ralph, who stand in the way. It is possible, if the fiends are lucky, that the castle may be devoid of life by daybreak." Geoffrey could not repress a shudder. "Fiends, indeed," he said. "But why not stop it? Why not let them enter, and then take them all red-handed?" "What could we gain by that? We could not connect them with past crimes. At worst, they would get a few months in jail as suspects. When the time comes, we must smash them all, and the time is coming." Tchigorsky rose as if to go. "I follow them," he said. "You remain here in the darkness. And if anyone attempts to pass you, do not let him do so. Don't forget this thing. At all hazards, you are not to let anyone pass." Geoffrey nodded as Tchigorsky passed on his way. For a long time all was quiet, and then from above there came a startled cry, followed by the sound of strife and a scream of pain and terror. It was all that Geoffrey could do to restrain himself from yelling in response and rushing to the spot. Then he became conscious that somebody was coming rapidly through the cave. He reached out his hand and grabbed at and caught a sinewy, slippery brown ankle. It only needed that touch to tell Geoffrey that he was at grips with the native. Down the fellow came on the slippery rocks, and the next instant the two were engaged in a life-or-death struggle. Young, strong, vigorous as he was, his muscle knitted like iron with healthy exercise, Geoffrey knew that he had met his match. The native had a slight advantage of him in point of years. He was greased from head to foot, rendering a grip difficult, and his flying robe came asunder like cobwebs at the first strain. He fought with the abandon of a man who is reckless of life. Over and over on the slippery rocks they rolled, each striving to get the other by the throat. By this time they were both breathing thick and fast, and Geoffrey's mind began to wander toward his revolver. But to release his grip to get that might be fatal. He could hear his antagonist gasping as he rolled off a ledge of rock, and then Geoffrey lifted his opponent's head and brought it down with a bang on the granite. In the very instant of his triumph, something whistled behind him, and a jagged piece of stone came smashing onto his temple. He had a confused view of a native on his feet again, fast hurrying away, heard the rustle of garments, and a further rustle of more garments, and then his arm was closed upon a female figure whom he pulled to the ground by his side. He felt the woman open her lips to scream, but he clapped his hand over her mouth. "No, you don't," he said grimly. "One of you has escaped, and my friend the nigger has had a narrow escape, but I've got you, my lady. I've got you safe, and I don't mean to let you go." He felt the slight figure in his arms tremble and palpitate. He heard voices above. Once more the slim figure shivered. His hand was torn from her mouth, and the woman spoke. "They are calling you," she said. "For God's sake, let me go, Geoffrey." For an instant Geoffrey was too dazed and stunned to speak. "Marian?" he gasped presently. "Marian?" Marian cowered down, sobbing bitterly. "You are surprised," she said. "No wonder. You wonder what I am doing here, and I will tell you presently. But not now. I will place my secret in your hands. I will disguise nothing from you. For the present, leave me." "Leave you here? Impossible." "But I am safe, quite safe, Geoffrey. Oh, if you have any feeling for one of the most miserable creatures in the world, leave me. Tell them above that those abandoned wretches have gone, that no sign of them remains. Consider what I have suffered and am suffering for your family, and try to help me." Conscious of his own weakness, Geoffrey pondered. He might be doing a serious injury to the delicate plans formed by Ralph Ravenspur, but he had given the promise, and there was an end of the matter. Marian was in some way bound up with these people, but Marian was pure as the angels, and Marian would do no wrong. Why, then, should her good name be dragged in the mire? "You are so good to me," Marian murmured. "Go before they become alarmed at your silence and leave me here. Say that you saw nothing, and when the house is quiet I shall make my way back again." Geoffrey retired upwards without further words. In the basement of the castle he found Tchigorsky and Ralph Ravenspur. "They managed to elude you?" asked the former. Geoffrey pointed to the ugly bruise on the side of his head. "Yes," he said, "they both got away. But for this bit of an accident, fighting in the dark, I might have captured the dusky conspirator." "Rather you had not, on the whole," Ralph said. "Something gave them the alarm as they reached the passages. Of course, their idea was to murder some or all of us in our beds, and our idea was to take them in the act. But they got the alarm and vanished. One of the fellows attacked me in the shrubbery just before dark, but I fancy he will not do it again." "I saw him," said Geoffrey. "He came to Mrs. May's for assistance. She pretended that I was mistaken, but she had to give in at last when circumstances became too strong for her. How did you manage to deal him that blow on the head, Uncle?" Ralph smiled grimly. "I have my own means of protection," he said. "What became of the fellow?" Geoffrey explained all that had happened during and after the dinner at Jessop's farm. His two listeners followed his statement with flattering interest. Yet all the time Geoffrey was listening intently for signs of Marian. Was she still in the vaults, or had she managed to slip away to her bedroom? The thought of the delicate girl down there in the darkness and cold was by no means pleasant. "We have managed to make a mess of it tonight," said Ralph. "How those people contrived to discover that there was danger afoot, I can't understand. But one thing is certain, they will not be content to leave things as they are." They may try the same thing again, or their efforts may take a new and more ingenious direction. Which direction we shall discover, said Chigorsky. Can you let me out here, or shall I go by the same means that I entered? To Geoffrey's relief, Ralph volunteered to open the hall door for his friend. Come this way, he said. All the bolts and bars have been oiled and will make no noise. They slipped away quietly together. Geoffrey listened intently. He fancied that he could hear footsteps creeping up the stairs, and in the corridor a door softly closed. Then Ralph Ravenspur came back again. Chigorsky has gone, he said. After this, it will be necessary for us to vary our plan of campaign a little. You have learned something tonight. You know now that our antagonists are 2 Indians and a woman who is dangerous as she is lovely and fascinating. Ah, what a woman she is! Who is she? Geoffrey asked. Ah, that I cannot tell you. You must be content to wait. I do not want you to know too much, and then there is no chance of your being taken off your guard. When the surprise comes, it will be a dramatic one. The more you see of that woman and the more you cultivate her, the more you will find to wonder at. But can I cultivate her after tonight? Why not? She does not know the extent of your knowledge. She has not the remotest idea that you have been helping to foil her schemes. Next time she will meet you as if nothing had happened. Geoffrey thought of Marion and was silent. That one so pure and sweet should be mixed up with a creature like that was horrible. Ralph Ravenspur rose with a yawn. He seemed to have lapsed into his wooden state. He felt his way down the big flagged hall toward the staircase. We can do nothing more, he said. I am going to bed. Good night. The door closed, and then Geoffrey was free to act. He could go down into the vault and bring Marion up. But first he would try to ascertain if she was in her room. He passed up the stairs and along the corridor. Outside Marion's door, he coughed gently. The door opened, and Marion stood there clad in a fair white wrap, with her glorious hair hanging free over her shoulders. Her eyes were full of tears. "Jeff," she whispered. "Jeff, dear Jeff." She fell into his arms and pressed her lips long and clingingly to his. Her whole frame was quivering with mingled love and emotion. Then she snatched herself away from his embrace, and with a single whispered word, "Tomorrow," closed the door behind her. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Mystery of the Ravenspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. Marion Explains. A brilliant sunshine poured into the terrace room where the Ravenspurs usually breakfasted. An innovation in the way of French windows led on to a tessellated pavement, bordered with flowers on either side, and ending in the terrace overlooking the sea. A fresh breeze came from the ocean. The thunder of the surf was subdued to a drone. In the flowers, a number of bees were busy, bees whose hives were placed against the side of the house. They were Vera's bees, and there were 2 hives of them. Vera attended to them herself. They knew her, and she was wont to declare that in no circumstances would they do her any harm. That was why, as Geoffrey dryly put it, she never got stung more than once a week. "I believe one has been arguing with you now," Geoffrey laughed. He was standing in the window as he spoke. He and Vera were the first two down. The girl was on the pavement, gravely contemplating the palm of her right hand. "No, indeed," she said. "And anyway, it was my own fault." "Irish!" Geoffrey cried. "That makes the second since Monday. Let me see." He took the little pink palm in his own brown hands. "I can't see the spot," he said. "Does it hurt much?" "A mere pinprick, dear. I suppose you can get inoculated against that sort of thing. I mean that you can be stung and stung until it has no effect at all." "Even by bees that know you and never do you any harm?" Geoffrey laughed. "But I dare say you are right. 5 years ago, when we had that plague of wasps, Stenmore, the keeper, and myself destroyed over 100 wasps' nests in one season. I must have been stung nearly 1,000 times. After the first score, I never noticed it. It was not so bad as the touch of a nettle." "What? Has Vera been arguing with the bees again?" The question came fresh and clear from behind the hives. Marian stood there, making a fair picture indeed in her white cotton dress. There was no shade of trouble in her eyes. She met Geoffrey's glance squarely. Her hand rested on his shoulder with a palpably tender squeeze. It was the only kind of allusion she made to last night's doings. She might not have had a single care or sorrow in the world. She seemed to take almost a childlike interest in the bees, the simple interest of one who has yet to be awakened to the knowledge of a conscience. Geoffrey had never admired Marian more than he did at this moment. "Marian is afraid of my bees," Vera said. Marian drew away, shuddering, from one of the velvety brown insects. "I admit it," she said. "They get on one's clothes and sting for pure mischief, and I am a sight after a bee has been operating upon me. If I had my own way, there would be a fire here some day, and then there would be no more bees." They trooped into breakfast, disputing the point cheerfully. It was impossible to be downcast on so perfect a morning. Even the elders had discarded their gloom. Ralph Ravenspur mildly astonished everybody by relating an Eastern experience apropos of bees. "But they were not like these," he concluded. "They were big black bees, and their honey is poisonous. It is gathered from noxious swamp flowers, and, of course, is only intended for their own food. Even those bees—" The speaker paused, as if conscious that he was talking too much. He proceeded with his breakfast slowly. "Go on," said Marian. "I am interested." "I was going to say," Ralph remarked in his croaking voice, "that even those bees know how to protect themselves." It was a lame conclusion, and Marian said so. Geoffrey glanced at his uncle. As plainly as possible, he read on the latter's face a desire to change the conversation. It was sufficiently easy to turn the talk into another channel, and during the rest of the meal not another word came from Ralph Ravenspur. Once more he was watching for something with his sightless eyes. And Geoffrey was watching Marian most of the time. She was gentle and gay and sweet as ever, as if strong emotions and herself had always been strangers. It seemed hard to recall the stirring events of the night before and believe that this was the same girl. How wonderfully she bore up for the sake of others! How bravely she crushed her almost overwhelming sorrow! She stood chatting on the pavement after breakfast. She was prattling gaily to Geoffrey, as the other gradually vanished on some mission or another. Then her face suddenly changed. Her grasp on Geoffrey's arm was almost convulsive. "Now then," she whispered, "let us get it over." Geoffrey strolled by her side along the terrace. They came at length to a spot where they could not be seen from the house. Marian turned almost defiantly. "Now I am going to speak," she whispered. "Not if it gives you any pain," said Geoffrey. "My dear Geoffrey, you don't want to hear my explanation?" "Not if it causes you the least pain or annoyance. I couldn't do it." Marian laughed, but there was little of the music of mirth in her voice. "Never be it said again that man is a curious creature," she said. "You find me down in the vaults of the castle at midnight, mixed up with murderers and worse. You compel me to disclose my identity and take me prisoner. You force me to plead for mercy and silence. And now you calmly say you don't want to know anything about it. Geoffrey, are you indifferent to myself and my future that you speak like this?" Geoffrey laid his hand on the speaker's arm tenderly. "Marian," he said, "it is because I think so highly of you and trust you so implicitly that I am going to ask no questions. Can you be any the worse because you are bound by some tie to that woman yonder? Certainly not. Rest assured that your secret is safe in my hands." "But I must tell you certain things, Jeff. There is someone who comes to the castle, a friend of Uncle Ralph's, who is an enemy of Mrs. May's. I don't know whether you know the man. His name is Tchigorsky." No muscle of Geoffrey's face moved. "I fancy I have heard the name," he said. "When does he come here?" I don't know. Secretly, and at night, I expect. Oh, if I could only tell you everything! But I cannot. I dare not. If this Mr. Tchigorsky would only go away! I fear that his presence here will eventually endanger Uncle Ralph's life. You may perhaps give him a hint to that effect. Between Mrs. May and Tchigorsky there is a blood feud. It has been imported from Tibet. I can't say any more." "And you interfered to save the life of others?" "Yes, yes. Some day you may know everything, but not yet. I am endangering my own safety, but I cannot sit down and see crime committed under my very eyes. It is all a question of an ancient secret society and a secret religion as old as the world. Tchigorsky has certain knowledge he has no right to possess. Don't press me, Jeff." "My dear girl, I am not pressing you at all." "No, no, you are very good, dear old boy. Only get Tchigorsky out of the way. It will be better for all of us if you do." Geoffrey murmured something to the effect that he would do his best. At the same time, he was profoundly mystified. All he could grasp was that Marian was bound up with Mrs. May in ties of blood, the blood of ancient Tibet. "I'll do my best," he said, "though I fear that my best will be bad. Tell me, do you ever see this Mrs. May by any chance?" "Oh, no, no, I couldn't do that. No, I can't see her." Geoffrey began to talk about something else. When at length he and Marian parted, she was sweet and smiling again, as if she hadn't a single trouble in the world. For a long time Geoffrey lounged over the balcony with a cigarette, trying to get to the bottom of the business. The more he thought over it, the more it puzzled him. And how could he broach the matter of Tchigorsky without betraying Marian? Ralph Ravenspur was in his room smoking and gazing into space. As Geoffrey entered, he motioned him into a chair. He seemed to be expected. "Well," Ralph said, "you have something to say to me. You look surprised, but I know more than you imagine. So, Tchigorsky is in danger, eh? Well, he has been in danger ever since he and I took this black business on. We are all in danger, for that matter. Marian does not know what to do." "Uncle, you know there is some tie between Marian and Mrs. May?" "Certainly I do. It is the crux of the situation. And Marian is to be our dea ex machina, the innocent goddess in the car to solve the mystery. But I am not going to tell you what that relationship is." "Marian hates and loathes the woman and fears her." "Fears her? That is a mild way of putting it. Never mind how. I know what Marian was talking to you about on the terrace. Suffice it that I do know. So last night's danger was not ours, but Tchigorsky's." "So Marian said, Uncle." "Well, she was right. Tell her that Tchigorsky is profoundly impressed, and that he is going away. In fact, has gone away. Tchigorsky is never going to be seen at Ravenspur Castle any more. Are you, Tchigorsky?" At the question, the inner door opened, and a figure stepped out. It was one of the natives that Geoffrey had seen in the hollow of the cliffs that eventful day. He could have sworn to the man anywhere. His stealthy glance, his shifty eye, his base humility. "Tchigorsky has disappeared?" Ralph demanded. The man bowed low, then he raised his head, and, to Geoffrey's vast surprise, gravely and solemnly winked at him. "Never mind," he said. "How's this for a disguise, Master Geoffrey?" It was Tchigorsky himself. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Mystery of the Ravenspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. Marian's Double. Geoffrey was lying perdu among the gorse on the cliff uplands. He had a field glass and a rook rifle by his side, for he was waiting for a rabbit. Also, he had stolen out here to think over the many matters that puzzled him. He was slightly disturbed, and, on the whole, not altogether well pleased. Why had his uncle and the mysterious Tchigorsky taken him so far into their confidence, and then failed him at the critical moment? He was prepared to take his share of the danger. Indeed, he had already done so, and had proved his steel. And was not Marian equally mysterious? True, he might have got more out of her, but had refrained from motives of delicacy. Perhaps, after all, his elders knew best. A word slipped, a suspicious glance, might spoil everything. Then Geoffrey looked up suddenly. Some 200 yards away, he saw a rabbit lopping along in his direction. At the same instant, two figures came along the cliff. They were ladies, and the sight of them astonished Geoffrey, for it was not usual to see anything more modern than a shepherd or a dog at this wild spot. The figures paused. They were picked out clear against the skyline as Geoffrey lay there. He recognized one of them. Surely the tall lady, with the easy, swinging carriage and supple grace, could be none other than Mrs. May. Geoffrey arranged his glasses. They were powerful binoculars, and through them he could see Mrs. May's features quite plainly. He looked through them again, long and earnestly, and her companion was Marian. Just for an instant Geoffrey doubted the evidence of his senses. He wiped the glasses with his handkerchief and looked through them long and earnestly. No doubt could any longer be entertained. It was Marian, Marian who had declared that she had never spoken to the woman, Marian who hated the sight of her. And here she was, walking along with Mrs. May as if they were something more than friends. Yes, it was Marian beyond a doubt. She had discarded her white dress for one of blue. Her sailor hat was replaced by a red tam-o'-shanter. All the same, it was not possible to mistake the graceful figure. Even without the glasses, Geoffrey would have been prepared to swear to her. He lay low under the bushes. The two were coming in his direction. Geoffrey did not want to listen, but something forced him there, some power he could not resist. Nearer and nearer they came, until Geoffrey could hear Mrs. May's voice. "That is impossible, my dear Zazel," she said. "But you are safe." "I am not so sure of that," was the reply, "and I am only a pawn in the game." It was Marian's voice, the same, yet not the same. It was a hoarse, strained voice, like the voice of a man who smokes to excess. Certainly Geoffrey was not prepared to swear to those as the tones of Marian. "Absurd, Zazel. Of course you know that we are all in it together. And look at the glorious reward when our task is over. We must succeed ultimately. There is no doubt about that, in spite of Tchigorsky. It is only a question of time. Am I to believe that you are not going to be true to your oath?" "I shall not forget my oath. Can the leopard change his spots? But I am getting so tired of it all. I should like to end it at one swoop. If you can do that—" "I have just shown you how it is possible." "There is sense in that suggestion, and it is so artistic. It would be quoted in the scientific papers, and various ingenious theories would be put forth. But some might escape. One or two, perhaps, at the outside. Let them. Nobody could suspect us over that. And I have the bees safely in my possession." Geoffrey heard no more. The figures passed by him and then repassed in the direction whence they came. No sooner were they out of sight than Geoffrey rose to his feet. He felt that he must ascertain at once whether that girl was Marian or not. The face was hers, the figure hers, but that voice, never. He would find out. He would know. He would— Then he paused. He came over the knoll of the irregular cliff, and there, strolling towards him, in her white dress and straw hat, was Marian. She was gathering gorse, and did not see him until he was close upon her. The pause gave Geoffrey time to recover from his absolute amazement. So that creature had not been Marian after all. A deep sigh of thankfulness rose to his lips. The sense of relief was almost painful. By the time that Marian became conscious of his presence, he had recovered his presence of mind. Marian plainly could know nothing about her double, and he was not going to tell her. "I heard you were here, Jeff," she said. "Jessup told me so just now. Are you going home?" Geoffrey nodded. He had no words for the present. "It is so lovely," Marian went on. "I am quite proud of my courage in coming alone. Do you see anything else here?" "Nothing but rabbits," Geoffrey replied, "and few of them today. You are the only human being I have seen since I started." Then they walked home, chattering gaily together. Geoffrey felt his suspicions falling away from him one by one. Indeed, he was feeling somewhat ashamed of himself. To doubt Marian on any ground was ridiculous. To doubt the evidence of his own senses was more absurd still. Thank God he had met Marian. All the same, there were things to tell Ralph Ravenspur. He, at any rate, must know all that had been heard that morning. Ralph was seated in his room with his everlasting pipe in his mouth, much as if he had not moved since breakfast. "I have news for you, Uncle," Geoffrey said as he entered the room. "Of course you have, my boy. I knew that directly I heard your step on the stair. I hope you have stumbled on something of importance." "Well, that is for you to say. I saw Mrs. May. She came quite close to me on the cliffs. She had a companion. When I looked through my glasses, I saw it was Marian." Ralph did not start. He merely smiled. "Not our Marian," he said. "Not our dear little girl." "Of course not. Singular that you should have our love of and faith in Marian when you have never seen her. I had my glasses, and I could have sworn it was Marian. Then they came close enough for me to hear them speak, and I knew that I was mistaken. It was not Marian's voice. Besides, I met the real Marian a few minutes later, dressed in her white dress and hat." "So that is settled. What did the other girl wear?" "A loose blue dress. A serge, I should say." "And her hat?" "A Scottish thing, what they call a tam o' shanter." "So that acquits our Marian. She couldn't be in two places at once. She couldn't even wear two dresses at the same time. And our Marian's voice is the music of the sphere, the sweetest in the whole world. But the face was the same. The likeness was paralyzing. What do you make of it, Uncle?" Ralph smiled dryly. "I make a good deal of it," he replied. "Let us not jump to conclusions, however. Did you hear anything they were saying?" "Of course I did. Mrs. May was urging her companion to do something. She was pointing out how rich the reward would be. It was something, I fancy, that had a deal to do with us." "I shouldn't be surprised," Ralph said grimly. "Go on." "Something artistic that would be commented on in the scientific papers. A thing that would not lead to suspicion." "Yes, yes. Did you manage to get a clue to what it was?" "I'm afraid not. Mrs. May made one remark that was an enigma to me. She said that she had the bees safely in her possession." A queer sound came from Ralph's lips. His face glared with a strange light. "You have done well," he said. "Oh, you have done well indeed." And for the time not another word would he utter. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Mystery of the Ravenspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. Geoffrey is Puzzled. It was a long time before Ralph Ravenspur spoke again. He remained so quiet that Geoffrey began to imagine that his existence had been forgotten. He ventured to lay a hand on his uncle's knee. The latter started like one who sleeps uneasily under the weight of a haunting fear. "Oh, of course," he said. "I had forgotten you. I had forgotten everything, and yet you brought me news of the greatest importance." "Indeed, uncle, what was it?" "That you shall know speedily. The danger had not occurred to me for the moment, and yet all the time it has been under my nose. Still, you might easily be forgiven for not seeing—" "Seeing has nothing to do with it, and there is nothing the matter with my hearing. The danger has been humming in my ears for days, and I never heard it. Now it is roaring like Niagara. But, please God, we shall avert the danger." "You might take me into your confidence in this matter, uncle." "That I shall before a day has passed, but not for the moment. We are face to face now with the most dangerous crisis that has yet occurred. The enemy can strike us down one by one, and nobody shall dream that there is anything beyond a series of painfully sudden deaths. Failure of the heart's action, the doctors would call it. That is all." At that moment, Tchigorsky returned to the room. No longer was he in the disguise of an Indian. Perhaps he had donned it to surprise Geoffrey. Perhaps he was just discarding the disguise after putting it to some practical use. To him Ralph repeated all that Geoffrey had said. He followed with the most rapt and most careful attention. "Danger indeed," he said gravely. "The danger that moves unseen on the air and strikes from out of nothingness. I prophesied something like this, Ralph." "Aye, my friend," Ralph replied, "you did, but not quite the same way." "Because I did not know that fortune had placed the medium so close at hand. Where are the bees?" Geoffrey was listening intently. Up to now he had failed to understand why his story had moved Ralph so profoundly. And what could the bees have to do with it? Yet Mrs. May had mentioned bees. "They are in 2 hives outside the morning-room window," said Ralph. "The bees are Vera's pets, and they thrive for the most part along the flower borders of the terrace. They are ordinary bees." "In the ordinary bar-frame hives, of course?" "Oh, yes, they are quite up to date. You can see the insects working and all that kind of thing. The hives can be moved." "I suppose they are a nuisance occasionally?" Tchigorsky asked. "Yes," Geoffrey smiled. "We have all been stung now and again." Tchigorsky appeared to be satisfied on that head. He smoked a whole cigarette while he revolved a plan in his mind. "It is necessary to get the whole family out of the way for a time," he said slowly. "It will be necessary to do so without delay. Unless I am greatly mistaken, the mischief has already been done. Ralph, can you induce your father and the whole family to go away for a time, say till after dark?" "Perhaps," Ralph replied, "but not without explaining, and it is impossible to do that. But Geoffrey might manage it. Unless he does manage it, one or more of us will pay the penalty before daybreak." "I will do anything you desire," Geoffrey cried eagerly. "Then go to your grandfather and get him to arrange a picnic over to Alton Keep. It is a perfect day, and it will be possible to remain out till dark, returning to a late supper. I know the suggestion sounds absurd, childish in the circumstances, but it will have to be done. Say that there is a great danger in the castle which has to be removed. Say that nobody is to know anything about it. Go." Geoffrey went at once. He found the head of the family in the library, trying to interest himself in a book. He looked up as Geoffrey entered, and a slight smile came over his worn face. There were two people in the house who could do anything with him, Geoffrey and Vera. "You look as if you wanted something," he said. "I do," Geoffrey replied. "I want you to do me a great favor." "It is granted. Granted on the principle that we make the last hours of the condemned criminal as comfortable as possible." "Then I want you to get up a picnic today." Rupert Ravenspur dropped his glasses on the table. He wondered if this was some new kind of danger, a mysterious form of insanity brought about by the common enemy. "I am perfectly serious," Geoffrey said with a smile. "Not that it is any laughing matter. Dear grandfather, there is a great danger in the house. I don't know what it is, but Uncle Ralph knows, and he has never been wrong yet. It was he who found out all about those dreadful flowers, and he wants the house cleared till dark. Unless we do so, the morning will assuredly see the end of one or more of us." "Is it a painless death?" the old man asked grimly. "If it is, I prefer to remain here." "But there is always hope," Geoffrey pleaded. "And you always think of us. Won't you do this thing? Won't you say that it is a sudden whim of yours? Mind, everybody is to go, everybody but Uncle Ralph. I shall ride, and when I have ridden some distance, I shall pretend to have forgotten something. Perhaps you deem me unduly foolish, but I implore you to do this thing." Rupert Ravenspur hesitated no longer. He always found it hard to resist that young, smiling, handsome face. Not that he was blind to the folly of the proceedings. On his own initiative, he would as soon have danced a hornpipe in the hall. "I will go and see about it at once," he said. He had put off his somber air and assumed a kind of ill-fitting gaiety. Gordon Ravenspur and his wife received the suggestion with becoming resignation. To them it was the first signs of a mind breaking down under an intolerable strain. Vera and Marion professed themselves to be delighted. "It sounds odd," said the latter. "Fancy the doomed and fated Ravenspurs going on a picnic. And fancy the suggestion, too, coming from grandfather." Vera looked anxious. "You don't imagine," she said, "that his mind—" "Oh, his mind is all right. You can see that from his face. But I expect that the strain is telling on him, and that he wants to get out of himself for a time. Personally, I regard the idea as charming." The preparations were made, no great matter in so large and well-regulated an establishment as Ravenspur Castle. If the servants were astonished, they said nothing. The stolid coachman sat solemnly on the box of the wagonette. The demure footman touched his hat as he put up the step with the air of a man who is accustomed to do this sort of thing every day. Geoffrey stood under the big portico and waved his hand. "You should drive with us," Marion cried. "And you won't be long?" Vera asked. "Oh, I am duly impressed with the importance of the occasion," Geoffrey laughed. "My horse will get there almost as soon as you arrive. Call the spaniel." Tut, the pet spaniel, was called, but no response was made, and finally the party drove off without him. Geoffrey watched the wagonette with a strange sense of unreality upon him. He felt that he could have scoffed at a situation like this in the pages of a novel, and yet it is the truth that is always so improbable. Our most solemn and most trivial thoughts always run along the grooves of the mind together, and as Geoffrey passed round the house, he caught himself wondering where the dog was. He whistled again and again. It was a most unusual thing for Tut to be far from the family. Outside the morning-room window the dog lay as if fast asleep. "Get up, you lazy beast!" Geoffrey cried. "After them, sir!" But the dog did not move. He made no sign as Geoffrey cuffed him with the side of his foot. The dog was dead. He lay still and placid. There was no sign of pain. There was nothing about the carcass to suggest poison. Close by, the bees were busy among the flowers. In the hives there seemed to be more noise than usual. Geoffrey opened the windows of the morning-room, leaving the casement flung back behind him. A long claw was put forth to shut it. "The window must be kept closed," Ralph Ravenspurs said quietly. "In fact, I have given orders that every window in the house is to be closed. Why, you will see presently. Did you notice anything as you came along?" "I was too excited," Geoffrey replied. "I have just found poor Tut outside. The dog has died suddenly. Half an hour ago he was perfectly well, young, full of life and vigor, and now he is dead." "Lies just outside the window, doesn't he?" Ralph asked. He seemed to speak callously. A man who had passed through his experience and emotions was not likely to feel for the loss of a dog, and yet there was intense curiosity in his tone. "Just outside, close to the hives." "Ah, yes. He was poisoned, you think?" "I expect so. And yet where could he get the poison? Nobody comes here. Perhaps it was not poison after all." A thin smile flickered on Ralph's face. "Yes, it was," he said. "The dog was poisoned by a bee sting." End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Mystery of the Ravenspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. Geoffrey Begins to Understand. Geoffrey had no words for a time. Slowly the hideousness of the plot was beginning to beat in upon him. Mrs. May had mentioned bees to her mysterious companion, who had so remarkable a likeness to Marian, and by a strange chance Ralph Ravenspur had the same morning, at breakfast, mentioned a certain Asiatic bee, whose poison and whose honey were fatal to human life. "Ah," said Geoffrey slowly, "the bees Mrs. May mentioned." "Precisely, my boy, and the bees that I mentioned also. Tchigorsky found the dog but a minute or two ago. He slipped downstairs with me the minute we heard the wagonette drive away. He was very anxious to see the hives. Directly he caught sight of Tut lying there, he knew what had happened. He has gone to my room for something. When he comes back, he will have something to show you." Tchigorsky entered the room a moment later. He had in his hand a small cardboard box with a glass lid. Inside something was buzzing angrily. It was an insect, the wings of which moved so rapidly that they seemed to scream, as a housefly does when the falces of a spider close upon him. "Have a good look at it," Tchigorsky said curtly. "Is it dangerous?" Geoffrey asked. "One of the most deadly of winged insects," the Russian said. It is a black bee from the forests near Lhasa. There is a larger variety whose sting produces the most horrible sufferings and death. This sort injects a poison which stops the action of the heart like prussic acid, but without the rigidity caused by that poison. The Lhasa black bee invades other bees' nests and preys on their honey. They frighten the other bees, which make no attempt to drive them out, but go on working as usual. Then gradually the whole hive gets impregnated with that poison, and an ordinary brown bee becomes as dangerous as a black one. This is the bee that killed your dog." "Then the hives are already impregnated," Geoffrey cried. "Precisely. Half a dozen of these black bees have been introduced into the hives. Now, do you begin to understand the malignity of the plot? Your dog was not dead when, with my net, I caught this fellow. I expected to catch him." "And ran great risk in doing so." "Of course. It was a recreation compared with some of the risks I have run." "You are right there," Ralph said in his deep croaking tones. "Look at the thing, Geoffrey." With a shudder, Geoffrey took the box in his hand. There was nothing formidable about the insect under the glass lid. It had more anger and fury, more devil than the ordinary bee, but it was very little larger, of a deep lustrous black, with orange eyes and purple gauzy wings. There was nothing weird about it. "Was it imported for the purpose?" Geoffrey asked. "Undoubtedly," Ralph replied. "Imported by the woman who calls herself Mrs. May. Before she came over to England, she must have had this house described to her with the greatest minuteness. Otherwise, she could not have so many instruments ready to her hand. She would never have thought of these bees, for instance. If this scheme had not been discovered, everybody in the house would have been stung before long, and everyone assuredly would have died. Those black bees are exceedingly fierce, and do not hesitate to attack everybody and everything. Their sting is so sharp and so minute that it leaves no mark and no pain. Half an hour passes, and then the victim falls down and dies." Geoffrey regarded the specimen with new interest. He eyed it up and down as if examining a cobra through the glass slides of its prison house. Tchigorsky took the box and flattened the lid down until the insect within was no more than a red smash on the glass. A little later, and the thing was pitched over the cliffs into the sea. "It is a dreadful business," Geoffrey said, "and indeed it seems almost hopeless to try to combat foes so ruthless, so resourceful, and so daring as ours. No sooner are we out of one horror than we are into another." "While life lasts, there is always hope," said Tchigorsky. "That's true," said Geoffrey more cheerfully. "At any rate, we can avert the danger now. But how are we going to get rid of those things?" "We are going to catch them," said Tchigorsky grimly. "We shall have to destroy all the other bees, I am afraid, and we shall be compelled to let Miss Vera draw out her own conclusions as to the cause of the mischief." "And the honey, Mr. Tchigorsky?" "Oh, the honey will be all right. That hasn't been stung, you know. I have tasted honey from a nest which the black bees have invaded, and have been none the worse for it. We had better surmise that for some inscrutable reason the bees have deserted their quarters, and we shall propose to know nothing at all about the matter. I flatter myself we shall puzzle the enemy as completely as our friends." The matter was discussed in all its bearings, until the light began to fail and the glow faded gradually from out of the sky. Then, after locking the inner door of the morning room, Ralph produced 2 large gauze frames, some matches, and powdered sulphur. This, with a small bellows, completed the stock in trade. Chigorsky immediately set about his task in a workmanlike manner. The bees were all in the 2 hives by this time. Over the hole in front of each, a square of muslin was fastened, a pile of sulphur in front was lighted, and the fumes were gently wafted into the hole with the aid of the pair of miniature bellows. There was an angry murmur from within, the murmur of droning insects, then the quick scream of churning wings. The little strip of muslin was strained by alarmed and infuriated bees striving to escape. But not for long. Gradually the noise died down, and Chigorsky signed to Geoffrey to help him carry the hive into the house. There it was deposited on a table, and the top lifted off. Instantly the gauze frame was placed over it, and with a brush Chigorsky swept out the stagnant insects into a glass-topped box provided for the purpose. On the whole, there was not much danger, but it was just as well to be on the safe side. "Not one left," said Chigorsky, after he had made a careful investigation. "But it's quite as well to be certain. I've put those insects into the box, but I don't fancy that any of them will revive. Now for the other one." The other hive was treated in similar fashion. There was no hitch, and finally the frame was replaced as if nothing had happened, with the exception that the tiny occupants were no more. In the glass boxes, among the piles of dead bees, Geoffrey could see here and there the form of a black insect. From his coat pocket, Chigorsky produced some long, thin strips of lead, which he proceeded to wind round the boxes containing the bees. "There," he exclaimed, "that job is done at last, and a nasty one it has been. To prevent any further mischief, I'll just step across the terrace and throw these over into the sea." He moved off into the darkness, and as he did so there came the sound of a fresh young voice that startled Geoffrey and Ralph, as if they had been criminals caught red-handed in some crime. "Geoffrey, Geoffrey, where are you?" the voice cried. Ralph stepped across and closed the window as Vera entered. It was quite dark outside, and Ralph hoped that Chigorsky would see without being seen. Vera flashed a look of gentle reproach at her lover. "How can you look me in the face after the way in which you have treated me?" she asked. "This is the first day's pleasure we have had for years, and you—" "Did not care to leave Uncle Ralph," Geoffrey said. "He seemed so lonely that I felt I could not let him remain like this." "Geoffrey is a good fellow," Ralph muttered. Vera bent and kissed Geoffrey fondly. She smiled without any show of anger. "I forgive him," she said. "Still, I did miss him. Where are you going, dear?" "Across the terrace," Geoffrey replied. "I'll be in to supper directly. It's all ready, and there is Marian calling you. I'm coming." Chigorsky had crept to the window. He caught Geoffrey's eye and waved to him vigorously. It was a sign that he wanted assistance at once. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Mystery of the Ravenspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. An Unexpected Guest. Geoffrey gave one glance at Ralph before he went. The latter nodded slightly and sharply, much as if he saw the look and perfectly comprehended it. Vera had disappeared at Marion's call. In the dining room beyond, the servants were getting supper. From the distance came the pop of a cork. Outside it was dark by this time. Geoffrey closed the window. He did not speak, but waited for Tchigorsky to give the sign. His feet touched something that gave out a faint metallic twang. Geoffrey wondered. Did this mean burglars? He was certainly near to a wire which was stretched across the terrace, close to the ground. It was precisely the precaution taken by modern burglars to baffle capture in case of being disturbed during their predatory proceedings. But burglars would not come to Ravenspur. A minute's reflection convinced Geoffrey of that. The name and horror of the house were known all over England. Everybody knew of the watch and ward kept there, and no burglar in his senses would risk what amounted to almost certain capture. No, something far different was going on, and that something had been sprung hastily, for half an hour before these wires had not been there. Geoffrey waited with comfortable assurance that Tchigorsky was not far off. A stealthy footstep crept toward him. A shadow crossed the gloom. "Is that you, Tchigorsky?" Geoffrey whispered. "Yes," came the reply. "There are hawks about. Listen." A little way down the terrace something was moving. Geoffrey could hear what sounded to him like labored breathing, followed by a stifled cry of pain. "The one hawk is wounded, and the other has sheared off," said Tchigorsky. "It sounds like a woman," said Geoffrey. "It is a woman, my dear boy, and such a woman. Beautiful as the angels, fair as a summer's night. Clever. No words can paint her talents. And she is in the toils. She cries, but nobody heeds." Again came the cry of pain. There was a flash and a spurt of flame as Tchigorsky struck a match and proceeded to light a lantern. He picked his way over the entanglement of wires. Geoffrey followed him. "Who laid this labyrinth?" Geoffrey asked. "Oh, a good and true assistant of ours, an old servant of your uncle's. We have more than one assistant, and Elphick is invaluable. We laid the trap for the bird, and she has broken her wing in it. Pity she has not broken her neck." Geoffrey did not echo the last ferocious sentiment. He was aflame with curiosity. A little farther off in the dim path shown by the lantern's flare, something dark lay huddled on the ground. There was a flash of white here and there, the shimmer and rustle of silken garments. It might have been Geoffrey's fancy, but he seemed to hear a hurried whisper of voices, and saw something rise from the ground and hurry away. But the black and white heap remained. Tchigorsky flashed his lantern upon it. Geoffrey could just see that there was a strange, malignant grin upon his face. "A lady!" he cried in affected astonishment. "Ravenspur, here is a lady. Madame, permit me to tender you our assistance. You are in pain." A white, defiant face looked up, a beautiful face disfigured for the moment by evil passions. There was murder in the eyes. The woman seemed to have no consciousness of anyone but Tchigorsky. "It is you," she hissed. "Toujours Tchigorsky." "Yes, it is, but I have unfortunately forgotten your name. Strange that one should do so in the case of one so lovely and distinguished. You are—" "Mrs. May." Mrs. Mona May." She had caught sight of Geoffrey now, and a smile came, forced to her lips. "Mrs. Mona May," said Tchigorsky. He spoke in the same slightly mocking strain. "Mrs. Mona May, how stupid of me to forget. And yet in my muddled brain the name was so different." Geoffrey bent over the woman anxiously. "You are in pain," he said. "May I assist you?" "Indeed, it is very kind of you, Mr. Ravenspur," Mrs. May replied. "I tripped over something. I have hurt my ankle." "Barbed wire," said Tchigorsky. "Laid down to trap, burglars." "But on no other occasion—" Mrs. May paused and bit her lips. Tchigorsky smiled. He understood what she was going to say. On no other occasion when she had been here had she encountered a similar obstacle. Geoffrey was frankly puzzled. "How did you get here?" he asked. "When the gates are closed—" "But they were not closed an hour ago when I slipped into the yard," was the reply. "I am ashamed to say that I allowed sheer vulgar curiosity to get the better of me, and now I am properly punished for my error of taste." "Nothing but curiosity," Tchigorsky murmured. "My dear Ravenspur, you may dismiss any unworthy suspicions from your mind. The glamour of your name and the fatal romance that clings to your race have proved too much for the most charming and most tender-hearted of her sex." "I have no suspicions at all," said Geoffrey. "Of course not." Tchigorsky spoke in the same mocking way. The light yet keen sarcasm was lost on Geoffrey, but the other listener understood. "Mrs. May would not injure a living creature, not a fly or a bee." The white face flashed again. By this time the woman was on her feet. One foot she found it almost impossible to put to the ground. "Get a conveyance and take me home," she moaned. "Perish the thought!" Tchigorsky cried. "Would the Ravenspurs outrage the sacred name of hospitality like that? Circumstances compel the life of the cloister and the recluse, but there are limits. Suspicious as the family must be, I am sure they would not fear an unfortunate lady with a sprained ankle." "Of course not," Geoffrey observed. "I will go and prepare them." He had read that suggestion in Tchigorsky's eyes. Heedless of Mrs. May's protests, he had vanished toward the house. Tchigorsky had stooped and taken the woman in his arms as if she had been a child. "What a precious burden," he said. "Scarred and battered, old Tchigorsky is a fortunate man, madam. There, you need not struggle. Your little fluttering heart has no occasion to beat like that. I am not going to throw you over the cliffs." The last few words were uttered in tones of smothered ferocity. "You are a devil," the woman muttered. "Aye, you are right there. Never was the devil stronger in my heart than he is at this moment. Never was I more tempted to pitch you over the terrace into the sea. But there is worse than that waiting for you." "What are you going to do with me?" "I am going to carry you into the house. I am going to introduce you formally to the family of Ravenspur. I am doing you a kindness. Think how useful the information afforded you will be later." "You are certainly the boldest man in England." "As you are the most utterly abandoned and unscrupulous woman. I can only die once, but I am not going to die before I see you and your hellspawn all hanged." "Why don't you denounce me now?" Madam, I never did care for unripe fruit. The pear is ripening on the tree, and I will pluck it when the time comes." Tchigorsky pushed the window of the morning room open and laid his burden down on a couch. Almost immediately, Rupert Ravenspur, followed by Mrs. Gordon and Geoffrey, came into the room. Ralph was already there. Geoffrey proceeded to explain and make the necessary introduction. "And who is this gentleman?" Rupert Ravenspur demanded, his eye on Tchigorsky. "A friend of mine," Ralph put in, "Dr. Tchigorsky." Ravenspur bowed, not that he looked overpleased. "Permit me to place my hospitality at your disposal," he said. "It is many years since we entertained at Ravenspur, nor do we, in ordinary circumstance, desire them. At present I cannot do less than make you welcome. Madam, I regret that your curiosity should have ended so disastrously." "I am properly punished," Mrs. May groaned. "My poor foot." In the presence of pain and suffering, even Ravenspur's displeasure disappeared. Mrs. Gordon proceeded to cut away the high French boot and bathe the small foot in warm water. Almost immediately Mrs. May declared the pain to have passed away. There were tears in her eyes, tears that moved some of the onlookers. "I am sure I don't deserve this," she said. "I have behaved so abominably that I really don't know what to say." "Say nothing," Mrs. Gordon replied simply and gently, "but come in to supper. I understand that you are staying at Jessop's farm. A message shall be sent them that you will not return until morning. Meanwhile, if you will lean on me, we will manage to reach the dining room." The procession started. In the doorway stood Vera. She came forward with a speech of condolence. Tchigorsky was watching the pair. There was a hard gleam in his eyes, the clenching of his hand as over the hilt of a dagger. Beyond, with a face white as her dress, stood Marion. She staggered against the table as she saw Mrs. May. Her face was full of terror. Geoffrey wondered what it all meant. And was this the wildest comedy or the direst tragedy that was working out before his eyes? End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Mystery of the Ravenspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. More of the Bees. Of the real palpitating horror of the situation, only 3 people around the table knew the true inwardness. They were Tchigorsky and Ralph and Mrs. May. Geoffrey guessed much, and probably Marion could have said a deal, had she cared to. Her face was smiling again, but the uneasy, haunted look never left her eyes. And all through the elaborate, daintily served meal, Mrs. May never glanced at the girl once. And yet, here under the Ravenspur roof, partaking of the family hospitality, was the evil itself. Ralph smiled to himself grimly as he wondered what his father would say if he knew the truth. Once or twice as he spoke, Mrs. May glanced at him curiously. She was herself now. She might have been an honored guest at that table for years. "Your face is oddly familiar to me," she said. "I regret I cannot say the same," Ralph replied. "I am blind." "But you have not always been blind." "No, but my misfortune dates back for a number of years. It is a matter that I do not care to discuss with anybody." But Mrs. May was not to be baffled. She had an odd feeling that this man and herself had met before. The face was the same, and yet not the same. "Were you ever in Tibet?" she asked. "I had a brother who once went there," Ralph replied. "I am accounted like him. It is possible you may have met my brother, madam." The speech was sullen, delivered with a stupid air that impressed Mrs. May that she had nothing to fear from him. And yet the words had a curious effect on her. Her face changed color, and for the first time she glanced at Marian. The girl was trembling. She was ashy gray to her lips. Chigorsky, observing, smiled. "Tibet is a wonderful country," he said, "and Lhasa a marvelous city. I had some of my strangest experiences there. I and another man, since dead, penetrated all the secrets of the holy city. It was only by a miracle that I escaped with my life. But these I will carry to my grave." He indicated the scars on his face. Vera was profoundly interested. "Tell me something of your adventures there," she said. "Some day, perhaps," Chigorsky replied. "For the most part they were too horrible. I could tell you all about the beasts and birds and insects. I see you have some bees outside, Miss Vera. Did you ever see Tibet bees?" "Are they different to ours?" Vera asked. Chigorsky glanced up. Mrs. May was regarding him with more than a flattering interest. A slight smile, almost a defiance, parted her lips. Marian was looking down at her plate, crumbling a piece of bread absently. "Some of them," said Chigorsky. "Some are black, for instance. I have a place in Kent where I dabble in that kind of thing. I have a few of the bees with me." Chigorsky took a small box from his pocket and laid it on the table. Vera inspected the black bees for a moment and then handed them back to Chigorsky. By accident or design, he let the box fall. The lid flew open, and immediately half a dozen sable objects were buzzing in the air. A yell of terror broke from Mrs. May, a yell that rang to the roof. She jumped to her feet only to sink again with the pain of the injured limb. She seemed to have lost all control of herself. She turned and addressed Chigorsky in some liquid tongue that conveyed nothing to anyone except that she was denouncing the Russian in a fury of passionate anger. Geoffrey had risen, too, greatly alarmed. From the head of the table, Ralph Ravenspur coolly demanded to know what it was all about. "The man is mad," Mrs. May screamed. "He is a dangerous lunatic. Those are the black bees of Tibet. They are the most fearsome of insects. Ah!" One of the droning objects dropped on her hand, and she yelled again. She was a picture of abject and pitiable terror. "I am doomed, doomed," she moaned. "Killed by a careless madman." "Is there any danger?" Geoffrey demanded. Only the life led among so many perils caused the family to wait calmly for the next and most dramatic development. Perhaps the way in which Chigorsky was behaving gave them confidence. If he was a madman, as Mrs. May asserted, then the madman was wonderfully calm and placid. "You are alarming yourself unnecessarily," he said. "See here." He reached over and took the bee from Mrs. May's arm. The insect had become entangled in her sleeve and was buzzing angrily. "The little creature is furious," he said. As a matter of fact, they are always more or less furious. If there is any danger, there is danger now." He held the bee lightly in his hand. Then he released it. "The stings have been removed," he said. "I bred these myself, and I know how to treat them. I am sorry to have caused a disturbance." He spoke with serious, earnest politeness, but there was a mocking light in his eyes as he turned upon Mrs. May. Nobody had a thought or a glance for anybody else, and the spectacle of Marian lying back, half fainting in her chair, passed unnoticed. "Then they are usually dangerous?" Vera asked. "My dear young lady, they are dreadful," Tchigorsky explained. "They invade other nests and eat the honey as they might have invaded your hives. By way of experiment, I tried one of these on your hives tonight, and your bees seemed to recognize an enemy at once. They all deserted their hives, and not one of them has returned. As some amends for what I have done, I am going to send you 2 of the finest swarms in England." Vera shuddered. "I shall never want to see a bee again," she said. Once more the eyes of Tchigorsky and Mrs. May met. She knew well that Tchigorsky was talking at her through the rest, and that in his own characteristic way he was informing her that the last plot had failed. With a queer smile on her face, she proceeded to peel a peach. "You are so horribly clever," she said, "that I feel half afraid of you. But I don't suppose we shall meet again." "Not unless you come to Russia," said Tchigorsky, "whither I start tomorrow. But I am leaving my affairs in competent hands." Again was the suggestion of a threat. Again Mrs. May smiled. The smile was on her face long after the 3 most interested in the tragedy had left the dining hall and gone to the billiard room for a smoke. "Are you really leaving us?" Geoffrey asked. "I want Mrs. May to imagine so," said Tchigorsky. "In a day or 2 her spies will bring her information that I have left England. As a matter of fact, I have succeeded in tapping a vein of information that has baffled me for a long time. Still, I am not going away, and my disguise will be the one you saw me in. If luck goes well, I shall be attached to Mrs. May in the character of a native servant before long. So, if you see any suspicious-looking Asiatic prowling about, don't put a bullet into him, for you may kill me by mistake." Geoffrey smiled and promised. "That was a rare fright you gave Mrs. May over the bees," he said. "How did you manage it?" Tchigorsky smiled as he lighted a cigarette. "I stole them from the woman's spare supply," he said. "I have been all over her possessions today. I almost suffocated the horrible little things and removed their stings. Of course, they won't live many hours. I did it in a spirit of mischief, intending to release them in my lady's own sitting-room. I couldn't resist the temptation to try her nerves tonight." "You are getting near the truth?" Geoffrey asked. "Very near it. We want certain evidence to bring the whole gang into the net, and then we shall strike, if they don't murder us first. But—" The speaker paused as Vera entered the room. "Where is Mrs. May?" Geoffrey asked. "She has gone to her room," Vera explained. "Her foot is so painful that she has decided to accept an invitation to spend the night here." "Good," Tchigorsky muttered. "It could not have been better." End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Mystery of the Ravenspurs by Fred M. White. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. Mrs. May at Ravenspur. The woman known as Mrs. Mona May had lost no time in adapting herself to circumstances. That she had found her way onto the terrace for no good purpose was known to 3 people, although in all probability she imagined that Tchigorsky alone was acquainted with her designs. He had laid a trap for her, and to a certain extent he had forced her hand. But she was too brilliant and unscrupulous a woman not to be able to turn misfortune to her own advantage. And was she not here a guest among those who for some reason she hated from her soul? Why, it matters not for the present. From Mrs. May's point of view, Tchigorsky alone knew, and Tchigorsky was going away ere long. But whether Tchigorsky remained or not, Mrs. Mona May could defy him to prove that she was in any way connected with the misfortunes of the Ravenspurs. Once the man she had most reason to dread had withdrawn to the billiard-room, the adventuress lost no time in ingratiating herself with her involuntary hosts. This was the woman with whom Geoffrey had dined. Vera regarded her curiously. She was very beautiful and fascinating. She had a manner that attracted. Her conversation was bright and interesting. "You must not mind me," she said to Vera, "and you must not grudge me a little of your lover's company." Vera blushed divinely. "How did you guess that?" she asked. "Oh, there are signs, my dear. I have had my own romance, and I know. But women of my age can never really rival young girls like yourself. We lack the one great charm." "I should not have thought so," said Vera. Mrs. May patted the girl playfully on the cheek. "That is a very pretty compliment," she replied, "but it does not alter facts. A woman of 40 may be fascinating. She has the brilliant parts, but alas, it is only once that she can possess youth." The speaker turned away with a gentle sigh and began to discuss the art treasures in the drawing-room with Mrs. Gordon. All the time Marian had held coldly aloof from the stranger. "You are not like yourself tonight," Vera murmured. Marian's dark eyes were lifted. There were purple rings under those eyes, and a hunted expression on the white face. It was the face of one who has seen a terror that it is impossible to forget. "Am I not?" she said indifferently. "Perhaps so." "Don't you like that woman?" Vera asked. "Frankly, I don't," Marian admitted. "But there are reasons. Strange that you don't recognize the likeness between us. Geoffrey did at once." Vera started. Strange indeed that she had not noticed it before. And, now that Marian had spoken, the likeness was surprising. Making allowance for the disparity of years, the 2 faces were the same. "Is there another mystery?" Vera asked. Marian smiled like her old self. "Indeed there is," she confessed. "But it is a poor, vulgar little thing beside your family mystery. Mrs. May is a connection of mine. As a matter of fact, she is closely related to my mother's family. She is not a good woman, and I hope you will see as little of her as possible." "But I suppose she came to see you?" "Oh, dear, no. She would never have done that. She knows perfectly well that I should strongly oppose her coming here. Beyond question, her taking up her residence for the benefit of her health in this village was simply a coincidence." Vera looked closely at the visitor. "Mrs. May doesn't look like an invalid," she said. "She doesn't. It is her heart. Any sudden excitement might be fatal to her. Is it not strange that I have the seeds of the same complaint?" "You, Marion? I never heard that before. And you are here?" "Oh, yes, I am here. A bad place for heart troubles, you would say. But I am young and strong. I merely made the remark. Perhaps it would have been better had I not said anything about it." Mrs. May was talking. She protested gently against the trouble she was causing. Indeed, there was no reason why she should not have gone back to her farm. Still, her kind friends were so very pressing she would stay the night. But she must be up and away early in the morning. She had pressing business, tiresome law business, to see to in York. "And now I am not going to keep you up any longer," she said with a brilliant smile. "Who will help me upstairs? Will you, dear?" She had risen to her feet and approached Marian. The girl seemed to shrink back. It looked as if she was being dragged into some painful undertaking. Then the natural sweetness of her disposition conquered her dislike. "If you think I can manage it," she said. Mrs. May hobbled upstairs, leaning on Marian's shoulder, chatting gaily. The latter helped her into the room set apart for the involuntary guest, and at a sign closed the door. All her smiles and pretty feminine blandishments vanished. Her eyes were dark and hard. Her manner was cold and stinging. "You fool!" hissed Mrs. May. "This is a nice thing you have done." Marian smiled wearily. She seemed to have suddenly fallen under the mantle of years. She dropped into a chair like somebody old and weary. "What have I done?" she asked. "Fallen in love with Geoffrey Ravenspur." The words came like a blow. Marian staggered under them. "I deny it," she said weakly. "It is false." "It is true, you idiot. You are blushing like a rose. And tonight, when that fiend Tchigorsky played that fool's trick upon us, you had no eyes for anyone but Geoffrey. Frightened as I was, I could see that. Your looks betrayed you. What are you going to do about it?" Marian shook her head sadly. Never had anyone at Ravenspur ever seen her look so forlorn and dejected as she did at this moment. "I don't know," she said hopelessly. "I know what I ought to do. I ought to kill you and throw myself into the sea afterwards. Why should I go on leading my present life? Why should I shield you? What are you? What are you to me?" "You dare ask me that question?" "Oh, I dare anything in my present mood. Still, I am in your power. You have only to say the word, and it is done." "Then why do you take every means of thwarting me?" Marian rose and crossed over to the door. Her eyes were shining. There was a certain restless motion of her hands. "Take care," she whispered. "Don't drive me too far. Oh, if I could only live the last 4 years of my life over again." End of chapter 29.
Part 1 has ended. Please click on Part 2 to continue listening.